The Ring of Draupnir dedication to the young dreamers, the courageous hearts, and the unwavering spirits who believe in the boundless power of their own potential. This story is a testament to the magic within each of you, a reminder that even the smallest spark can ignite a wildfire of change. May your journeys be filled with wonder, your dreams boundless, and your courage unwavering. May you always find the strength to face any challenge, to overcome any obstacle, and to never stop believing in the incredible potential that lies within. For within each of you, like the ever-multiplying rings of Draupnir, resides a limitless capacity for growth, for transformation, and for the creation of your own extraordinary legacies. This story is a celebration of that potential, a recognition of the unique and beautiful magic you each possess. Embrace your inner Freya, embrace the power within, dare to dream beyond the horizon, for the most extraordinary adventures often begin with a single heartfelt wish. May your wishes be as potent as Freya's. May your courage be as unshakable, and may your spirit be as bright as the aurora borealis itself, guiding your way through the darkest nights and illuminating the path towards your brightest dreams. Never forget the power of belief in yourself, for it is the most potent magic of all. And remember, like the echoes of the dwarven hammers ringing through the ages, the sound of your own determination and self-belief will resonate through the world, shaping your destiny and inspiring others to follow their own paths to greatness. This story is dedicated to you, the future creators of your own enchanted worlds, and the embodiment of the limitless potential within the human spirit. May the magic within you always shine brightly, illuminating the world with its radiant brilliance. Remember the strength of the forge, the wisdom of the ancient runes, and the power of a single, unwavering wish. Go forth and make your mark on the world, just as Freya did. The world awaits your magic, Freya's humble beginnings. Freya's world was the scent of coal smoke and hot iron, the rhythmic clang of her father's hammer echoing through the valley. Aurora, her home, nestled deep within a fold of mountains, was a place of quiet beauty, a sanctuary shielded by ancient, towering trees whose branches clawed at the perpetually overcast sky. A river, clear as glacial melt, snaked through the valley floor, its gentle murmur a constant lullaby to the village. Freya knew every curve of the river bank, every gnarled root of the ancient trees, every crack in the cobblestones of the village path. Her life was a tapestry woven with the simple threads of a blacksmith's daughter's existence, helping her father at the forge, fetching water from the river, tending a small vegetable patch behind their cottage. Yet, even within this ordinary life, Freya harbored extraordinary dreams. These dreams weren't born of grand ambitions or tales of faraway lands, but of a quiet yearning for something more, something beyond the familiar rhythms of her days. It was the aurora borealis, the shimmering curtain of light that draped itself across the night sky above Auroria, that fueled her imagination. She'd spend countless hours gazing at its ethereal dance, the shifting colors, emerald, sapphire, ruby, painting fantastical scenes in her mind. She saw dragons soaring through the celestial canvas, mythical creatures frolicking amongst the stars, and worlds beyond imagining hidden within the shimmering folds of light. The aurora was a constant reminder that even in a seemingly ordinary place, magic existed. It was a silent promise, whispered on the wind, a secret shared only between the sky and those who dared to dream. Freya's dreams were often vivid and detailed, filled with adventures she longed to embark on, with challenges she ached to overcome. She saw herself as a brave warrior, a skilled adventurer, a powerful sorceress, each image a testament to the hidden potential that simmered beneath the surface of her quiet, everyday life. She dreamt of leaving the familiar confines of Auroria, of discovering wonders that lay hidden beyond the mountains, of a life less ordinary. Her father, a gruff but loving man, often found her staring out at the aurora, lost in her reverie. He'd place a comforting hand on her shoulder, understanding the quiet longing in her heart. He'd tell her stories of his own youth, tales of faraway lands and daring feats, stories designed to both ground her in reality and to encourage her dreams. He understood the pull of the unknown, the call of adventure, even if he himself had chosen a life of quiet stability within the confines of Auroria. Freya's skill with her hands, inherited from her father, was as remarkable as her imagination. While some might dismiss blacksmithing as a humble trade, Freya found beauty in the transformation of raw materials into functional works of art. She loved the feel of the hammer in her hands, the satisfying weight of the iron, the way sparks danced in the air as she worked. She possessed an innate understanding of the metal's nature, a keen eye for detail, and a steady hand that could fashion tools and ornaments of exquisite craftsmanship. Her creations weren't merely functional, they were infused with her own unique creativity. She'd often spend hours crafting intricate designs, each stroke of the hammer a testament to her hidden artistry. She'd forge small, delicate flowers, each petal carefully sculpted, and small animal figures, their eyes shining with captured light. She'd fashion decorative elements for the village, her artistic skill earning her admiration and respect amongst her peers. Her work was a reflection of her soul, strong, resilient, yet possessed of an underlying delicacy and beauty. She never explicitly mentioned her dreams of leaving, but her creations hinted at a desire for something beyond the mundane, a longing for the extraordinary, woven into the very fabric of her work. Her mother, a gentle woman with eyes as kind as the summer sun, provided a haven of comfort and support. She fostered Freya's imaginative spirit, encouraging her dreams and providing a safe space for her to express them. She'd often join Freya as she gazed at the aurora, sharing stories of ancient myths and legends passed down through generations. These stories, imbued with magic and wonder, further ignited Freya's imagination, reinforcing the sense that the extraordinary wasn't confined to far-off lands, but could exist within their own quiet valley. Life in Aurora was predictable, yet it held a unique charms. The villagers, a tight-knit community, knew each other intimately. They celebrated together, mourned together, and shared in the simple joys and sorrows of daily life. Freya felt a deep connection to this community, a bond strengthened by shared experiences and mutual respect. However, the quiet rhythm of village life only served to accentuate her innate yearning for something more, something beyond the confines of her familiar world. The days leading up to the dwarves' arrival were unremarkable in their simplicity. The sun rose over the mountains, painting the snow-capped peaks in hues of gold and rose, and set behind them, casting long shadows across the valley. The river continued its gentle murmur. The trees stood steadfast, and the villagers went about their daily routines. Freya continued her work at the forge, her dreams a silent counterpoint to the clang of her father's hammer. Little did she know that the very fabric of her life, the seemingly ordinary existence she knew, was about to be irrevocably altered by an event as extraordinary as the celestial display she so often admired. The arrival of the dwarves would signal a shift. not just in her personal life, but in the very destiny of Aurora itself. The quiet village, nestled beneath the shimmering aurora, was about to become the stage for a tale of magic, wonder, and the unfolding of a young woman's remarkable destiny. The arrival of the dwarves. The snow fell in thick, silent flakes, blanketing Aurora in a pristine layer of white. The wind, usually a playful whisper through the valley, had stilled, leaving an unnerving quietude in its wake. Even the river seemed to hold its breath, its usual murmur subdued beneath the weight of the falling snow. The aurora, usually a vibrant spectacle, was muted tonight, its shimmering lights veiled by the dense cloud cover. It was a night of unusual stillness, a prelude to the unexpected. Freya, huddled by the hearth with her father, felt a prickling sensation on her skin, a subtle shift in the air she couldn't quite define. The fire crackled merrily, casting dancing shadows on the walls of their cozy cottage. But even its warmth couldn't entirely dispel the strange feeling of anticipation that settled upon her. Her father, usually engrossed in the evening's news from the village elder, sat silently, his gaze fixed on the swirling snow outside. Suddenly, a distant rumble broke the silence, a sound that resonated deep within the earth. It was a low, guttural growl that vibrated through the very foundations of their cottage, shaking Freya to her core. Her father rose, his hand instinctively reaching for his hammer, a tool that had been a constant companion throughout his life. His normally calm face was etched with concern, his eyes reflecting the uncertain light of the fire. Then, as if summoned by the rumble, a procession of figures emerged from the swirling snow. They were dwarves, their stature dwarfed only by the towering mountains surrounding Aurora. Their beards, long and thick, were braided with silver threads that glittered faintly in the dim light. Each beard seemed to carry the weight of centuries, whispering tales of forgotten ages and ancient crafts. Their eyes, dark and deep set, twinkled with an uncanny wisdom, reflecting a light that seemed to emanate from within. They moved with a deliberate, almost ritualistic grace, each step measured and precise. They were clad in heavy furs, their garments thick enough to withstand the harshest winter blizzards. Their hands, gnarled and calloused, spoke of years spent shaping stone and metal, their movements precise and efficient, even in the snow. Leading the procession was a figure taller and broader than the others, his beard a waterfall of silver cascading down to his waist, he carried a staff carved from some dark, unidentifiable wood, its surface adorned with intricate runes that seemed to glow with an inner light. Behind him, dwarves carried a massive furnace, its belly glowing with an intense, molten gold. The heat radiating from it was palpable even from a distance, driving away the chill of the night. The air around them was thick with the scent of enchanted minerals, a rich, earthy aroma that filled Freya's senses, a mix of iron, sulfur, and something else, something indescribably magical. Their arrival was nothing short of astonishing, a spectacle that painted a vivid tapestry of wonder and intrigue upon the canvas of the quiet village. A hush fell over Aurora as the dwarves entered the village square. The villagers, emerging from their homes, stood in awestruck silence, their faces lit by the eerie glow of the dwarves' furnace. Children, their eyes wide with wonder, pointed at the unusual procession, their hushed whispers adding to the growing sense of anticipation and unease. The lead dwarf, his face etched with the lines of age and wisdom, raised his staff, the runes upon it flaring brightly. He spoke in a language Freya didn't understand, yet somehow she felt she comprehended its meaning. It was a language of earth and fire, of ancient power and unspoken secrets, a voice of the mountains and the deep. The other dwarves responded in kind, their voices a low hum that resonated in harmony with the furnace's fiery glow, the rhythmic chanting adding a dramatic depth to the already peculiar situation. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a tangible magic that seemed to weave its way into the very fabric of Aurora. The villagers, initially apprehensive, found themselves drawn to the strange power emanating from the dwarves, a combination of awe, reverence, and trepidation. No one dared approach, no one dared speak. The silence was punctuated only by the crackling of the furnace and the gentle hiss of the snow as it melted around the dwarves' feet. The dwarves remained in the square for what felt like an eternity, their presence filling the night with a palpable sense of mystery. Their purpose was unclear, their visit unexpected, yet their arrival seemed somehow inevitable, as if they had been drawn to Aurora by an unseen force, a convergence of destiny. As the night wore on, the dwarves began to set up their equipment near the river. They carefully placed the furnace onto a sturdy platform constructed of massive stones. their movements precise and methodical. The molten gold inside the furnace glowed brighter, casting flickering shadows upon the snow, creating an eerie yet mesmerizing spectacle. The scent of enchanted minerals grew stronger, swirling around the villagers and filling their senses with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Then the lead dwarf approached Freya's father, his eyes fixed on the young blacksmith with an intensity that made Freya uneasy. He spoke to her father in a surprisingly clear, although still heavily accented, common tongue. "We have come seeking your daughter's skill," he said, his voice resonating with a deep rumble that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the earth. "We seek one who understands the heart of metal, one who can shape it to our will." Freya's father, though surprised by the sudden attention, felt a surge of pride. He knew his daughter's talent, her dedication to her craft. He exchanged a look with Freya. In it, a silent conversation passed between them, a mix of pride and wonder at what was unfolding before them. The words of the dwarves filled the still night, their pronouncements tinged with ancient wisdom and hidden knowledge. It was an introduction to a world beyond comprehension, a world of magic and wonders. The dwarves spent the rest of the night working, their movements swift and silent, the air filled with sparks and the rhythmic clang of their hammers against the cold metal, the sounds mingling with the whispers of the wind and the soft crunch of the snow under their heavy boots. Their work seemed to hold an otherworldly enchantment, an intricate dance between magic and craftsmanship. The villagers, initially hesitant, were now completely captivated. They watched, mesmerized, as the dwarves worked tirelessly throughout the night, their movements precise and mesmerizing. The sounds of their hammering merged with the crackling of the fire, creating a symphony of magical creation under the watchful gaze of the veiled aurora. As dawn approached, painting the sky in shades of pale rose and soft gold, the dwarves ceased their work. Before them stood a creation that transcended the realm of ordinary craftsmanship, a ring of pure gold, intricate in design, lay upon the furnace. It pulsed with a soft, internal light, its surface covered with delicate runes that shimmered with an ethereal glow. The air crackled with anticipation, and the villagers knew that this moment would mark a significant shift in Aurora's history. This was more than just a ring. It was a conduit to a realm that had previously been beyond their grasp. It was a treasure, a magical artifact that held untold power and untold possibilities. The dwarves' arrival had been unexpected, but its impact would be undeniable. The destiny of Aurora and Freya's own was about to be irrevocably changed, forging Draupnir, the lead dwarf, his silver beard shimmering in the nascent light of dawn, addressed Freya's father once more. His voice, though still gravelly, held a note of reverence, a profound respect that resonated deeply within the hushed crowd. For generations, he began, his words carefully chosen, our clan has guarded the secrets of Draupnir, a ring of immeasurable power, a conduit to energies beyond mortal comprehension. He gestured towards the furnace, its molten gold now swirling with an almost sentient energy. Flames danced within its belly, not merely burning, but seeming to writhe and pulse with an internal life force. The air thrummed with a low hum, a vibration that resonated not just in the ears, but in the very bones of those present. This wasn't merely fire, it was a conduit, a vessel for something ancient and powerful, the creation of Draupnir. The dwarf continued, his gaze sweeping over the assembled villagers, is a sacred ceremony passed down through countless generations. It requires not only skill in the ancient arts of metalworking, but also a purity of heart, a connection to the very essence of the earth and its energies. He paused, his eyes settling on Freya, your daughter, with her innate talent and her connection to the earth's heart, is the key to our success. The dwarves began their work, their movements a mesmerizing ballet of precision and power. Each dwarf had a specific role, a task honed over centuries of tradition. Some tended the furnace, their faces illuminated by the intense heat, their movements fluid and instinctive, as if their bodies were extensions of the molten gold itself. Others chanted in a language that sounded like the wind whistling through mountain passes, a haunting melody that seemed to weave magic into the very fabric of the air. The rhythm of their hammers against the anvil was hypnotic, a steady beat that echoed the pulse of the aurora borealis that now danced with renewed vigor in the sky above. The aurora, usually a subtle shimmer, was now a vibrant spectacle, its colors intensifying, swirling and shifting, casting an ethereal glow upon the scene. The colors bled into the snow, painting the landscape in shades of emerald, sapphire, and amethyst, transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary. It felt as if the very heavens were collaborating in the creation of this magical ring. Freya watched, utterly captivated. The intensity of the dwarves' focus, their dedication to their craft, was awe-inspiring. Their faces, usually hidden beneath their thick beards, were now clearly visible, etched with deep concentration. Each strike of their hammers seemed imbued with centuries of accumulated knowledge, each movement precise and purposeful. It was a spectacle that transcended mere craftsmanship. It was a sacred ritual, a communion between the dwarves, their ancient craft, and the magical forces of Aurora. The air crackled with arcane energy, the scent of enchanted minerals growing stronger, mingling with the smell of hot metal and the crisp, clean scent of the snow. The runes carved into the ring, initially faint, now glowed with an incandescent light, pulsing rhythmically with the beat of the dwarves' hammers. These weren't merely markings, they were channels, conduits that drew power from the earth, from the stars, from the very essence of magic itself. As the dwarves worked, the ground beneath their feet vibrated gently, a subtle tremor that seemed to emanate from deep within the earth. The river nearby reacted, its usually placid flow now rippling with an almost unnatural energy. The air hummed with power, a palpable energy that charged the atmosphere, electrifying those present with a potent cocktail of awe, wonder, and a hint of trepidation. The process wasn't without its challenges. At one point, the molten gold threatened to overflow, its fiery torrent surging towards the dwarves. With a series of swift, coordinated movements, they managed to redirect the flow, their actions precise and instinctive, as if guided by an unseen hand. They worked with a synergy honed over generations, their movements perfectly synchronized, their skills complementing each other flawlessly. The entire process was a testament to their mastery of their craft and their deep connection to the ancient magic that infused their work. Hours passed, each one marked by the rhythmic clang of hammers, the chanting of the dwarves, and the ever-intensifying glow of the aurora. The air grew heavy with anticipation, the tension palpable as the dwarves approached the final stages of their work. Freya's heart pounded in her chest, a mixture of excitement and nervous apprehension. She felt a strange kinship with these dwarves, a connection forged through the shared love of their craft, the mutual respect for the power they were wielding. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the lead dwarf raised his hammer for the final blow, the silence that descended upon the village was profound, broken only by the gentle hiss of the melting snow. Then, with a resounding clang that echoed through the valley, the hammer struck the molten gold, shaping the final rune. The ring, now complete, pulsed with an intense light. It wasn't simply gold. It was a living thing, vibrant with energy, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow that seemed to draw the light from the aurora itself. The runes upon its surface blazed with a dazzling brilliance, radiating warmth and power. The air throbbed with the ring's energy, a potent force that sent shivers down Freya's spine. The dwarves, their faces etched with exhaustion, but filled with a deep sense of accomplishment, stepped back. They had succeeded. Draupnir, the ring of immense power, was forged. The air buzzed with the ring's magical energy, a potent force that seemed to hold the secrets of the universe within its golden loops. This was more than a ring. It was a symbol, a promise of untold possibilities, and for Freya, a life-altering gift. The silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by the gentle sigh of the wind and the quiet gasp of the assembled villagers. The creation of Draupnir had brought Aurora to the cusp of a new era, an era defined by magic, wonder, and the promise of extraordinary adventures. And at the heart of it all was Freya, the young blacksmith's daughter, who would soon discover her own untold potential. The destiny of Aurora and Freya's own was about to be irrevocably changed, all thanks to the forging of Draupnir, Freya's wish. The lead dwarf, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom, stepped forward, holding the ring aloft. Draupnir shimmered in the soft dawn light, its golden surface reflecting the vibrant hues of the aurora borealis. Runes, glowing faintly now, pulsed with a gentle inner light, a silent testament to the immense power contained within. The air crackled with residual magic, a lingering hum that vibrated in the very air around them. He approached Freya, his gaze softening as he looked at the young girl, her face a mixture of awe and wonder. Freya, daughter of Bjorn, blacksmith of Aurora, he said, his voice resonating with a gravity that belied his slight frame. This ring, Draupnir, is a gift, a legacy passed down through generations of our clan. It is a vessel of immense power, capable of shaping destinies and fulfilling dreams. He held out the ring, its warmth palpable even from a distance. Freya stared at it, mesmerized by its ethereal glow, feeling a strange pull, an almost irresistible urge to touch its magical surface. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat accompanying the low hum of the ring's magic. This wasn't just a piece of jewelry. It was a conduit to something ancient and powerful, something that resonated deep within her soul. Hesitantly, she reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth, warm gold. A jolt of energy surged through her, a tingling sensation that spread from her fingertips to her very core. It was a feeling of immense power, yet gentle, as if the ring itself was welcoming her, accepting her as its rightful owner. The lead dwarf continued, his voice low and reverent. Draupnir possesses a unique ability. It can multiply itself, creating 8 identical copies of its original form. Each copy retains the power and essence of the original, ensuring that its magic is not diluted, but rather amplified. He paused, allowing his words to sink in. The villagers gasped, their murmurs of awe and disbelief filling the frosty air. Freya, however, was speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the gift. A simple ring capable of multiplying itself. It defied logic. It transcended reality. It was pure, unadulterated magic. But its true power, the dwarf continued, lies not in its ability to replicate itself, but in its ability to grant wishes. It is a vessel for dreams, a conduit for aspirations, a catalyst for change. It awaits your wish, Freya. Speak your desire, and Draupnir will amplify it, weaving its magic into the very fabric of your being. The weight of expectation pressed down on Freya. This wasn't a simple trinket. This was a responsibility, a power that could shape not only her life, but potentially the fate of Aurora itself. The realization was both exhilarating and terrifying. What should she wish for? Wealth, power, the allure of such desires flickered in her mind. But something deeper, something more profound, resonated within her soul. She looked at the dwarves, their faces etched with years of experience, their eyes shining with a hope that mirrored her own. She looked at her father, his gaze full of pride and love, a silent encouragement that strengthened her resolve. She looked at the magnificent aurora, its shimmering lights a testament to the power of nature, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that surrounded her. Her voice, initially hesitant, grew stronger, gaining confidence as she spoke her wish. I wish, she began, her voice trembling slightly, but clear. I wish for the courage and strength to grow and fulfill my potential. I wish to find the strength to face any challenge, to overcome any obstacle, to discover all that I am capable of becoming. As the words left her lips, a wave of energy surged from the ring, encompassing her in a warm, golden light. The runes on the ring blazed brightly, their glow intensifying, radiating a warmth that spread through her body, filling her with a sense of purpose and renewed determination. It wasn't a wish for riches or power. It was a wish for self-discovery, a desire for growth, a plea for the courage to embrace her own potential. And this, the dwarves knew, was the most potent wish of all. The transformation wasn't immediate, not a sudden flash of brilliance or a dramatic shift in personality. It was subtle, yet profound, a gradual unfolding, a slow awakening of potential. The energy from the ring seemed to seep into her very being, nurturing her spirit, strengthening her resolve, and illuminating the path ahead. It wasn't about receiving a superpower or some magical advantage. It was about receiving the courage to confront her challenges, to overcome her fears, and to embark on the journey of self-discovery. She felt a surge of confidence, a newfound belief in herself and her abilities. The weight of fear lessened. It was replaced by a thrilling excitement to face whatever the future held. The path ahead was uncertain, yes, but for the first time, she wasn't afraid of the unknown. The ring was not just a source of magical power, it was a symbol of her own potential, a reminder that within her lay strength she had yet to discover. The dwarves watched, their faces filled with a mixture of satisfaction and hope. They had created a powerful artifact, yes, but more importantly, they had witnessed the awakening of a young woman's spirit. They had given Freya a gift, but she, in turn, had given them a profound sense of accomplishment, a feeling that their centuries-old tradition had served its purpose, the creation of Draupnir, the fulfillment of Freya's wish. These were intertwined events, a single thread in the intricate tapestry of Aurora's destiny. As the golden light subsided, Freya opened her eyes, a new light shining within them, a resolute glint that mirrored the powerful glow of the ring itself. The aurora borealis above them danced with renewed vigor, as if celebrating the transformation that had just occurred. The snow glistened, reflecting the magical energy that permeated the air, transforming the simple ceremony into a moment of profound magic and transformation. The ring felt warm against her skin, a constant reminder of her wish, a symbol of her inner strength, and a promise of the journey that lay ahead. She looked at the ring, its 8 copies now shimmering beside the original, each one pulsing with the same ethereal glow, a tangible representation of the infinite possibilities that lay before her. 8 rings, 8 paths, 8 potential futures, but only one Freya, ready to walk her own path, armed with the courage and strength to face whatever the future might bring. The villagers, initially silent, erupted in joyous cheers, their voices echoing through the valley, a tribute to the magic that had been unleashed and the promise of new beginnings. Freya's wish hadn't been for material riches or magical abilities. It was a wish for self-growth, for the inner strength to navigate life's challenges, and the courage to become the best version of herself. And in granting her that wish, Draupnir had bestowed upon Aurora not just a powerful artifact, but a beacon of hope and a symbol of the extraordinary potential that resided within the heart of a young woman. The aurora shimmered brighter, as if celebrating Freya's newfound courage, a radiant promise of the magic and adventure that awaited her in the chapters to come. Her journey had only just begun, but one thing was certain. Freya, empowered by Draupnir and fueled by her newfound strength, was ready to embrace the path that lay before her, a path that promised to be both exhilarating and transformative. The future of Aurora and Freya's own destiny was inextricably bound to the power of her wish and the magic contained within the ring. The air crackled with unspoken possibilities, a testament to the power of belief, the magic of dreams, and the extraordinary potential of a young woman who dared to wish for the courage to grow. The journey, filled with untold challenges and adventures, had begun. The ring's first replication, the moment Freya's wish left her lips, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. The air, already charged with magical energy, shimmered and rippled like water disturbed by a pebble, a cascade of golden light, vibrant and intense, erupted from the original Draupnir ring, illuminating the snowy landscape with an ethereal glow. The light wasn't blinding, rather it was warm, comforting, and infused with a palpable sense of wonder. It pulsed with a rhythmic beat, mirroring the frantic yet hopeful rhythm of Freya's own heart. The golden light coalesced, swirling and shaping itself with breathtaking speed. Within seconds, 8 perfect replicas of Draupnir materialized, each as radiant and flawlessly crafted as the original. They hung suspended in the air around Freya, a dazzling constellation of golden rings, each pulsing with a faint, warm light that mirrored the aurora borealis dancing overhead. The runes, etched into their surfaces, glowed with an inner luminescence, their ancient symbols seeming to writhe and shift as if alive, whispering secrets only the rings themselves could understand. A collective gasp swept through the assembled villagers. The scene was breathtaking, a spectacle of pure, unadulterated magic. Their hushed whispers turned into awestruck murmurs, then into excited gasps, and finally into a chorus of amazed exclamations. The dwarves, faces alight with pride and a touch of awe, exchanged knowing glances. They had witnessed the creation of Draupnir. They had seen its power unleashed. But this was something truly extraordinary. The ring's multiplication was not merely a demonstration of its magical properties. It was a harbinger, a portent of the remarkable journey that lay ahead for Freya. Freya herself was speechless, completely overwhelmed. The 8 rings, shimmering and pulsing around her, felt like an extension of herself, an embodiment of the wish she had just made. Each ring seemed to thrum with a unique energy, a subtle vibration that resonated with her own heartbeat, a symphony of magic orchestrated just for her. The golden light enveloped her, washing over her in waves of warmth and energy, further amplifying the feeling of connection and empowerment. It was as if the rings themselves were whispering encouragement, promising adventure and untold possibilities. The air crackled with the residual magic, a palpable energy that filled the valley and seemed to resonate with the very ground beneath their feet. The snow glistened, reflecting the radiant golden light, transforming the simple clearing into a scene of breathtaking beauty. The aurora borealis danced above them with renewed vigor, its shimmering curtains of light intertwining with the golden radiance of the rings, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that defied description. It felt as if the heavens themselves were celebrating Freya's wish, showering her with blessings and promising a future filled with wonder and adventure. Bjorn, Freya's father, rushed forward, his eyes filled with uncontainable pride and a hint of apprehension. He reached out to touch one of the floating rings, but hesitated, sensing the raw, potent magic emanating from it. The other villagers, equally captivated by the spectacle, cautiously approached, their faces a mixture of awe, wonder, and a touch of fear. The air buzzed with unspoken questions, a palpable sense of anticipation hanging heavy in the frigid air. The lead dwarf, however, remained calm, his expression serene and wise. He raised a hand, silencing the murmurs of the villagers. "This," he said, his voice resonating with power and authority, "is but the beginning. Freya's wish has not only been granted, but amplified beyond measure. The multiplication of Draupnir is a testament to the potent nature of her desire, a symbol of the limitless potential that resides within her." He gestured towards the rings, each one radiating a gentle warmth, a palpable symbol of Freya's newfound strength and courage. "Each ring," he continued, "represents a path, a possibility. The journey ahead will not be easy, but Freya is now armed with the courage and strength to face whatever challenges may come her way. The ring, in its many forms, will be her guide, her protector, and her constant reminder of her own inherent power." His words resonated deeply within the villagers, a message of hope and empowerment echoing through the valley. They looked at Freya, no longer just the blacksmith's daughter, but a young woman destined for greatness, a chosen one whose path was intertwined with the destiny of Aurora itself. The event was more than just the replication of a magical ring. It was a moment of profound transformation, a shift in the very fabric of reality. It was a clear sign that something extraordinary was about to begin. As the initial shock subsided, a sense of shared wonder settled over the villagers. They had witnessed something truly miraculous, something that would be recounted in hushed whispers for generations to come. The magic of Draupnir, initially focused on Freya, had spread outwards, creating a ripple effect that touched each and every one of them. They felt a renewed sense of hope, a belief in the power of wishes, and the extraordinary possibilities that lay hidden within their own hearts. Freya, still slightly dazed, but brimming with a newfound sense of purpose, reached out and gently touched one of the floating rings. A surge of energy coursed through her, a warm current that flowed from her fingertips to her very core. It wasn't painful, but invigorating, a confirmation of the power she now possessed. The runes on the ring pulsed against her skin, a silent affirmation of her connection to this powerful artifact and the limitless potential it represented. The rings, having completed their replication, began to slowly settle, gently drifting towards Freya as if drawn to her by an invisible force. They circled her, a shimmering golden halo, their ethereal glow casting enchanting shadows on the snow-covered ground. The scene was breathtaking, a harmonious blend of magic and nature, a testament to the power of dreams and the incredible journey that awaited Freya. This miraculous event, this stunning display of magical power, marked the beginning of Freya's adventure. The multiplication of Draupnir was not merely a spectacle, it was a symbolic representation of the infinite possibilities that lay before her. 8 rings, 8 potential paths, 8 chances to shape her destiny, and to, perhaps, shape the destiny of Aurora itself. Her journey had begun, a journey guided by her courage, her strength, and the 8 magical rings that shimmered around her, a testament to the power of her wish and the boundless magic that lay dormant within her heart. The aurora borealis danced above, a silent promise of the extraordinary adventures and challenges that lay ahead. The journey had truly begun. The villagers, their faces filled with wonder and hope, watched as Freya, surrounded by the radiant golden rings, took her first step towards her unknown destiny. Rumors and intrigue. The initial awe that followed the multiplication of Draupnir slowly gave way to a buzz of nervous excitement. The event, so breathtakingly magical, had not gone unnoticed. Word of the blacksmith's daughter, Freya, and her 8 shimmering rings spread like wildfire, carried on the wind that whistled through the snow-laden pines, and on the tongues of the villagers who traveled to nearby settlements. The tale, embellished with each retelling, transformed into a saga of wonder and prophecy, a story that ignited the imaginations of people across Aurora. Initially, the news was received with joyous disbelief. The dwarves' mastery was legendary, but the multiplication of Draupnir was unprecedented, a feat of magic that transcended even their celebrated skills. Celebrations erupted in several villages. The blacksmith's forge became a site of pilgrimage, with people from far and wide traveling to witness the rings and catch a glimpse of the girl who had somehow become entwined with such immense power. Gifts poured in for Freya and her father, Bjorn, handcrafted tools, fine fabrics, even offerings of rare herbs and precious stones, all testaments to the awe and respect Draupnir had inspired. However, the initial wonder was gradually replaced by a more cautious optimism, a feeling of apprehension that lingered beneath the surface of the jubilation. The whispers began subtly, almost inaudible at first, a low hum of uncertainty that gradually grew into a chorus of speculation and fear. For within the heart of Aurora, nestled amongst the legends of the dwarves and the aurora borealis, lay an ancient prophecy, one that spoke of a ring of immense power, a ring capable of both saving and destroying the land. And the whispers suggested that Freya's Draupnir was that very ring. The prophecy, shrouded in mystery and passed down through generations in hushed tones, spoke of a time when the balance of Aurora would be tested, a time when a chosen one would wield an artifact of unimaginable power. The prophecy offered only cryptic clues, vague descriptions of a ring crafted in the heart of the mountains, a ring that could multiply, its power tied to the wielder's heart and intent. The specifics were lost to the mists of time, blurred by countless retellings and interpretations, leaving ample room for speculation and fear. The elders of the villages, keepers of ancient lore and traditions, started to pore over dusty scrolls and forgotten texts, seeking any detail, any clue that could decipher the true meaning of the prophecy. Their interpretations, however, only added to the growing unease. Some saw Freya as a beacon of hope, a savior destined to protect Aurora from an encroaching darkness. Others viewed her as a threat, a potential harbinger of doom, whose unchecked power could unleash devastation upon the land. The ambiguity of the prophecy fueled these divergent viewpoints, creating a deep division within the community. News of Draupnir and the prophecy reached the ears of the neighboring kingdoms. King Theron of Eldoria, a land known for its cunning and ambition, saw an opportunity to acquire the ring and use its power to expand his dominion. He dispatched spies, cloaked in the guise of traders and pilgrims, to gather intelligence and devise a plan to seize the rings. His interest, however, wasn't purely driven by conquest. He believed that the prophecy foretold a war, a conflict that could determine the fate of Aurora, and he intended to be on the winning side, regardless of the cost. Queen Lyra of Silverstream, a realm known for its magic and wisdom, was more cautious. She dispatched her own emissaries, her primary goal being to understand the nature of Draupnir and its connection to the prophecy. Lyra understood the immense power the rings represented and the potential for both great good and terrible destruction. She felt a duty to protect Aurora and sought to guide Freya wisely, ensuring the ring's power was used responsibly across the treacherous mountains. The Shadowlands, ruled by the enigmatic sorcerer Malcor, watched with sinister interest. Malcor, driven by a thirst for power and a hatred of all things bright and good, saw in Freya and Draupnir a chance to finally unleash his own dark magic upon Aurora. He plotted in the shadows, orchestrating events from afar, his malevolent schemes weaving their way through the growing tensions. The rumors and intrigue surrounding Freya intensified, casting a long shadow over the village nestled beneath the aurora borealis. The once simple life of the blacksmith's daughter had transformed into an extraordinary and potentially dangerous adventure. The villagers, caught between hope and fear, watched Freya with a mixture of pride, apprehension, and unwavering support. Bjorn, her father, a man of practicality and unwavering love, struggled to balance his paternal instincts with the understanding that his daughter's destiny was intricately tied to the fate of Aurora. Freya, however, remained resolute. The initial awe had given way to a quiet determination. The weight of the prophecy, the whispers of intrigue, the potential dangers, she felt them all, but her spirit remained unbroken. The 8 rings, circling her like a golden halo, felt like a source of both strength and responsibility. She knew her journey would be fraught with peril, but she was ready. She understood that the power of Draupnir was not merely a magical artifact, but a reflection of her own inner strength, her capacity for growth, and her unwavering belief in the good that existed within herself and within Aurora. She had wished for courage and growth, and now, facing the immense challenges ahead, she felt that wish fulfilled. The whispers, the rumors, the intrigue, they were all part of her destiny. The journey to understand the prophecy, to navigate the complex political landscape of Aurora, and to ultimately determine the fate of the land. It was all ahead of her. The aurora borealis, her silent witness, danced above her, a mesmerizing spectacle that reminded her of the magic that existed, the magic that pulsed within her very being, the magic contained within the 8 radiant rings of Draupnir, a magic that she knew would guide her path. The adventure, fraught with danger and uncertainty, had truly begun. The path was uncertain, but Freya, armed with courage, a heart full of hope, and 8 magical rings, was ready to face it. The fate of Aurora rested in part on her shoulders. The whispers continued, growing louder, more insistent, but Freya's determination grew louder still. Her journey had only just begun. The tension within the village was palpable. The blacksmith's forge, once a symbol of simple craftsmanship, had become a nexus of magical energy, a focal point of Aurorian intrigue. Every visitor, every passing merchant, every whisper carried the weight of expectation, of speculation, of fear. The elders held clandestine meetings, poring over ancient texts, desperately seeking clues to decipher the prophecy. The younger villagers, meanwhile, watched Freya with a mixture of awe and trepidation. They knew their lives were intertwined with hers, their destiny bound to the outcome of her journey. The atmosphere was thick with uncertainty. The air crackled with the silent energy of awaiting the unknown. Even Bjorn, a man who had always prized practicality and hard work above all else, found himself swept up in the swirling currents of magic and prophecy. He watched his daughter, the girl who had always been the apple of his eye, transformed into a figure of immense power, a beacon of hope for some and a source of fear for others. He had always protected her, shielded her from the harsher realities of life in Aurora. Now he felt helpless, his ability to protect her diminished by the sheer scale of the forces swirling around her. Yet, amidst the fear and uncertainty, a powerful sense of community emerged. The villagers, despite their anxieties, rallied around Freya and Bjorn. They understood that their fate was linked to hers, and they resolved to stand by her side, to offer their support, their loyalty, and their unwavering belief in her ability to overcome the challenges ahead. This newfound unity, this common cause, gave them a glimmer of hope amidst the growing darkness, a shared determination that resonated throughout the village, a silent affirmation of their shared destiny. The rumors continued to spread, amplified by the machinations of King Theron and the sinister plots of Malcor. The whispers turned into shouts, the speculation into pronouncements. Each neighboring kingdom had its own motives, its own plans, its own interpretation of the prophecy. But Freya, surrounded by her 8 shimmering rings, stood resolute. The power of Draupnir surged within her, a potent reminder of her strength, her courage, and the limitless potential that resided within her. She was ready for whatever awaited her, ready to face the challenges, ready to embrace her destiny, ready to write her own chapter in the history of Aurora, the saga of Freya, the girl from the village beneath the aurora, was only just beginning. The whispers would continue, the intrigue would deepen, but Freya's journey, fueled by courage and guided by the 8 rings of Draupnir, was unstoppable. The fate of Aurora trembled on the precipice of destiny, and Freya, in her quiet strength and unwavering determination, was ready to meet it head on. The mysterious stranger. The days following the revelation of Draupnir's power were a whirlwind of activity. The village, once quiet and predictable, pulsed with an energy that was both exhilarating and terrifying. Each sunrise brought a fresh wave of rumors. Each sunset deepened the shadows of uncertainty. Then, one crisp evening, as the aurora borealis painted the sky in swirling shades of emerald and amethyst, a stranger arrived. He or she, for Freya could not discern the stranger's gender beneath the heavy dark cloak, appeared as silently as the snow falls, emerging from the whispering pines that guarded the edge of the village. The stranger moved with an unnerving grace, a fluidity that suggested both familiarity and mystery. The villagers, already on edge, watched with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity as the figure approached Bjorn's forge. The stranger was tall and slender, their face obscured by a deep hood that cast their features into shadow. Only their hands, pale and long-fingered, were visible, moving with a strange elegance as they adjusted the cloak. The material seemed to absorb the light, making it difficult to determine its texture or color. There was an aura of mystery about the newcomer, a sense of ancient secrets and untold knowledge. Freya, drawn by an inexplicable pull, found herself approaching the stranger. The 8 rings of Draupnir, warm against her skin, pulsed faintly with a subtle energy, a silent hum that resonated with the unspoken power emanating from the newcomer. Her heart hammered in her chest, a mixture of fear and fascination. The stranger stopped before the forge, their eyes, though unseen, seeming to pierce the shadows, to lock onto Freya. The air grew still, the only sound the gentle crackling of the forge's dying embers. Then, in a voice that was as low and resonant as the winter wind, the stranger spoke. "The whispers speak of you, child of the aurora," the stranger said, their words echoing in the stillness. "They speak of a ring, a power beyond measure." Freya, despite her initial fear, found found herself drawn to the stranger's words. Their voice held a cadence that was both calming and unsettling, a peculiar blend of comfort and foreboding. "You speak of Draupnir," Freya replied, her voice barely a whisper. "The prophecy, is it true?" The stranger chuckled, a low rumbling sound that sent a shiver down Freya's spine. "The prophecy is a tapestry woven with threads of truth and illusion," the stranger said. "It speaks of a ring, yes, but it also speaks of a heart, a will, a choice." The stranger stepped closer, their shadowed figure seeming to grow larger, more imposing in the fading light. "Draupnir is more than a ring that multiplies," they continued. "It is a key, a conduit, a gateway to something far greater." The stranger's words were cryptic, laced with riddles and innuendo. Freya felt a growing unease, a suspicion that gnawed at the edges of her growing fascination. The stranger's intentions were unclear, their motives shrouded in mystery. "What do you want?" Freya asked, her voice stronger now, imbued with a newfound resolve. The stranger smiled, a fleeting movement in the shadows. "I want to help you," they replied, "to guide you through the maze of prophecy, to help you understand the true power of Draupnir." "But how can I trust you?" Freya asked, her voice tinged with suspicion. "Trust is earned, not given," the stranger replied. "I offer you knowledge, guidance, a path through the darkness. Whether you accept it is your choice, but time, child of the aurora, is fleeting." The shadows lengthen, and the forces that oppose you grow stronger. The stranger's words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Freya stared into the impenetrable darkness of their hood, struggling to discern their true nature. Was this stranger a friend, a mentor, a guide, or was it a wolf in sheep's clothing? A deceitful adversary, cloaked in shadows? The 8 rings of Draupnir felt cold against her skin, a sudden icy chill replacing the previous warmth. The stranger's words, though seemingly helpful, unsettled her. There was a hidden agenda here, a subtle manipulation that prickled at her senses. The stranger offered no further explanations, no concrete promises. They simply stood there, shrouded in mystery, their presence a palpable tension. In the darkening air, the silence stretched, thick with unspoken questions and unanswered fears. The only sound was the whispering wind, a constant reminder of the perilous journey that lay ahead. Freya felt the weight of the prophecy pressing down on her. The immense responsibility of wielding Draupnir's power, the stranger's cryptic words, seemed to echo the uncertainty that already pulsed within her. She felt a strange mixture of anticipation and dread. The path ahead was fraught with danger, shadowed by unknown threats. The stranger's arrival had only intensified the sense of foreboding that had been growing within the village for days. As the stranger turned to leave, melting back into the shadows as seamlessly as they had arrived, Freya felt a flicker of something akin to disappointment, a chance for guidance, a potential ally, now shrouded in a veil of doubt. But the stranger's words echoed in her mind, a lingering reminder of the growing darkness and the urgency of her journey. The following days were spent in a state of restless uncertainty. Freya, despite her initial reluctance, found herself contemplating the stranger's offer of guidance. The potential dangers were clear, but so was the need for knowledge. She spoke with her father, Bjorn, sharing the encounter, the cryptic words, the unsettling aura of the mysterious figure. Bjorn, a man of practicality, urged caution. He warned against placing trust in strangers, particularly those who dealt in riddles and shadows. He emphasized the importance of relying on the community, the strength of the village, the unwavering support of their friends and neighbors. But Freya knew that this was more than just a village problem. This was about the prophecy, about Draupnir, about the fate of Aurora itself. She sensed the growing pressure from neighboring kingdoms, the subtle machinations of ambitious rulers, the lurking threat of Malcor and the Shadowlands. The whispers of intrigue had morphed into a cacophony of rumors, fueled by speculation and fear. The stranger's enigmatic words, though unsettling, resonated with the growing sense of urgency. The path ahead remained obscured by shadows, yet Freya knew she had to tread it. The stranger's enigmatic presence became a catalyst, pushing Freya to actively seek answers, to delve deeper into the prophecy, to understand the true potential of Draupnir and her own role in the unfolding destiny of Aurora. She began to search for clues, examining ancient texts, seeking out the elders' wisdom, piecing together fragmented fragments of the prophecy. The stranger's words, though shrouded in riddles, served as a cryptic map, guiding her towards a deeper understanding of the forces at play. The mysterious stranger had vanished back into the shadows, but their impact resonated, a constant reminder of the challenges that lay ahead. and the need to prepare for a battle that was looming larger with each passing day. Freya knew her journey was just beginning. The whispers would continue, the shadows would deepen, but she would face them, armed not only with 8 magical rings, but with a growing sense of determination and a newfound understanding that the fate of Aurora rested in part upon her courage. The aurora borealis danced above, a silent witness to the unfolding drama, a beacon of hope in a land shrouded in impending darkness. Exploring the prophecy, the stranger's parting words echoed in Freya's mind, a constant hum beneath the surface of her daily life. The village, once a haven of familiar routines, now felt charged with an unseen energy, a thrumming anticipation that mirrored the restless beat of her own heart. Bjorn, ever the pragmatist, continued to urge caution, but Freya felt an inexorable pull towards the unknown, a yearning to unravel the mysteries surrounding Draupnir and the prophecy it foretold. Her first step was to delve into the village archives, a dusty room tucked away in the oldest building, filled with ancient scrolls and weathered tomes. The air was thick with the scent of aged parchment and forgotten stories. She spent days sifting through the collection, her fingers tracing the faded script, deciphering cryptic symbols and half-forgotten runes. The elders, initially reluctant to share their knowledge, eventually succumbed to Freya's persistence and revealed fragments of the prophecy passed down through generations in whispered tales and cryptic riddles. One particularly worn scroll spoke of a hidden chamber, a place of immense power located somewhere beyond the whispering pines. At the edge of Aurora, the scroll contained a cryptic map, a labyrinthine puzzle of lines and symbols that defied easy interpretation. Freya spent countless hours studying the map, its intricate details slowly revealing themselves as she pieced together the fragmented clues. The symbols weren't merely geographical markers. They seemed to represent constellations, astronomical events, and lunar cycles, suggesting that the location of the hidden chamber was tied to celestial alignments. Armed with this new knowledge, Freya ventured beyond the familiar boundaries of her village, venturing into the dense forest that bordered Aurora. The whispering pines lived up to their name, their branches rustling with secrets as she navigated the tangled undergrowth. The path was treacherous, fraught with hidden obstacles and lurking dangers. Wild animals watched her from the shadows, their eyes gleaming with primal curiosity. But Freya pressed on, her 8 rings of Draupnir offering both protection and a sense of unwavering resolve. The journey was arduous, testing her physical and mental endurance. The forest seemed to conspire against her, twisting the path, obscuring the trail, testing her determination at every turn. The weight of the prophecy felt heavy on her shoulders, the responsibility of her destiny bearing down with crushing force. Yet, with each challenge overcome, her confidence grew, her resolve strengthened. She found herself drawing strength from the rings, their subtle energy resonating with her own growing power. Finally, after days of relentless searching, Freya reached the location indicated on the cryptic map. It wasn't a grand entrance or a majestic monument. Rather, it was a simple, unassuming stone hidden amongst the ancient trees, almost indistinguishable from the surrounding rocks. The stone was cold to the touch, its surface etched with intricate carvings, symbols that mirrored those she had encountered in the ancient scrolls. With a touch, the stone revealed a hidden doorway, opening to a spiral staircase that descended into the earth. A sense of unease washed over Freya as she began her descent, the air growing colder, heavier with each step. The darkness deepened, the only light source emanating from the rings she wore, their golden glow illuminating the winding path. The staircase led to a vast cavern, an underground chamber bathed in an ethereal glow. The air hummed with energy, a palpable sense of power that filled the space. The cavern's walls were covered in ancient murals, depicting scenes from Aurora's long forgotten past, scenes of battles, triumphs, and cataclysmic events. The murals were more than just decorative. They held secrets, cryptic messages woven into the very fabric of the art. As Freya deciphered the murals, she discovered the true history of Draupnir, its origins and the reasons for its creation. She learned of the ancient dwarves who crafted it, their mastery of magic, and their profound understanding of the cosmos. She unearthed the lost history of the prophecy, its true meaning, and the implications for Aurora's future. The murals revealed a history of forgotten wars, of ancient civilizations that had risen and fallen, of battles fought between light and shadow, good and evil. She saw depictions of Malcor, the shadowy figure who had been mentioned in whispers, not as a simple villain, but as a powerful entity, a force of nature whose motives were complex and difficult. to comprehend. Malkor wasn't just darkness. He was an integral part of the cosmic balance, a force that, if unchecked, could bring about total destruction, but which also possessed a potential for renewal and balance. The murals also depicted the role of Draupnir, not merely as a source of wealth or power, but as a key, a catalyst that could bring about either salvation or utter annihilation. Freya's own destiny was woven into this grand tapestry, her choices determining the fate of Aurora. The 8 rings, it turned out, weren't simply copies of each other. Each held a unique fragment of power, and using them in the correct sequence could unleash their full potential. The murals gave her clue to the order in which to use them, hinting at the challenges she would face. Emerging from the hidden chamber, Freya felt a profound shift within herself. She was no longer just the daughter of a blacksmith, but a guardian, a protector of Aurora. The weight of responsibility was immense, yet she bore it with newfound confidence and an unwavering determination. The journey had been arduous, but the knowledge gained had been worth the price. She knew the path ahead would be fraught with danger, but she was ready. The whispers of the prophecy had become a clear, resonant voice, guiding her towards her destiny. The aurora borealis danced overhead, a radiant beacon in the encroaching darkness, a promise of hope in a world teetering on the brink. The stranger's cryptic words finally made sense, a prelude to the intricate dance of destiny that awaited her. The journey wasn't simply about the prophecy. It was about self-discovery, about finding the strength within to face the unknown. And Freya, armed with her courage, her knowledge, and the 8 rings of Draupnir, was prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The first test, the spiral staircase, continued its descent, each step echoing in the oppressive silence. The air grew colder, a damp chill clinging to Freya's skin, and the faint scent of ozone filled her nostrils, a testament to the raw magical energy pulsating from the cavern walls. The golden glow of her Draupnir rings, multiplying their light 8-fold, cast dancing shadows on the ancient murals that adorned the chamber. They depicted scenes of breathtaking beauty and terrifying destruction, a visual tapestry of Aurora's tumultuous history. Finally, the staircase ended in a vast, circular chamber. At its center stood a monolithic structure of obsidian, polished to a mirror sheen, reflecting the ethereal glow that illuminated the cavern. This was not merely a stone, It emanated a palpable energy, humming with a low thrum that vibrated in Freya's very bones. Guarding the obsidian monolith was a creature unlike anything she had ever seen. It resembled a large feline, its body sleek and powerful, but its features were undeniably otherworldly. Its fur shimmered with an opalescent sheen, shifting colors in the ethereal light: emerald, sapphire, ruby, each hue reflecting a different facet of its magical essence. Its eyes glowed with an ancient wisdom, burning with an intensity that both captivated and intimidated Freya. The creature stood poised, radiating power, a silent guardian of this sacred place. This was the first test. A voice, ancient and resonant, echoed in Freya's mind, not through her ears, but directly into her consciousness. The path to knowledge is paved with trials. Prove your worth, child of the aurora, and the secrets of the prophecy shall be revealed. The voice was neither male nor female, but an ageless, echoing wisdom that resonated deep within Freya's soul. The obsidian monolith, Freya realized, held the next piece of the prophecy, a crucial fragment of knowledge locked behind this formidable guardian. She knew instinctively that confronting the creature directly would be futile. Its power was overwhelming, its aura radiating a power far beyond anything she could currently handle. She needed to outsmart it, not overpower it. She studied the creature, observing its movements, its demeanor. It was not aggressive, not actively hostile, but its very presence was a challenge, a test of courage and ingenuity. It was a guardian, not a monster. Its protective instincts were obvious. Her gaze fell upon the 8 rings of Draupnir, adorning her fingers. Each ring pulsed faintly, its golden surface warm to the touch. She had noticed subtle differences between the rings during her journey, each resonating with a slightly different energy. The murals, she now realized, had not only revealed the history of Draupnir, but also hinted at the unique properties of each ring. She remembered a passage in the murals depicting a dwarf, his eyes closed in deep concentration, manipulating several orbs of light, each a different color and seemingly possessing unique properties. Each orb mirrored one of the rings she wore. Perhaps this wasn't just a battle of strength, but a riddle to solve, a puzzle to unlock. Freya closed her eyes, focusing on the rings. She felt the subtle energy humming within them, the interconnectedness of each piece. She slowly began to experiment, activating one ring at a time, and studying its effect on both herself and the creature. The first ring, a plain gold band, emitted a subtle warmth, calming her nerves. The second, with intricate carvings of swirling stars, imbued her with heightened senses, allowing her to feel the pulse of the creature's magic. As she continued experimenting, she discovered a connection between the rings and the colors of the creature's fur. Each ring, when activated, resonated with a particular color. The emerald ring, for example, caused the creature to momentarily lose its focus, its gaze softening for a split second. The sapphire ring caused a ripple effect in the creature's opalescent fur, temporarily disrupting its magical field. The ruby ring seemed to evoke a curious curiosity in the creature, making it tilt its head and observe her with a less vigilant demeanor. It was a painstaking process, a delicate dance of trial and error. She had to find the right sequence, the correct combination of rings to temporarily disable the creature's magical defenses and hopefully gain access to the monolith. Each time she attempted a combination, the results were different, some causing the creature to react with a low growl, others simply causing a slight twitch in its fur. It was a test of patience, of precise timing and intuition. After what felt like an eternity, Freya found the sequence. It was a rhythm, a pattern based on the celestial cycles she had seen depicted in the cryptic map. She activated the rings in a specific order, a carefully choreographed symphony of light and energy. The chamber filled with a soft hum, a harmonious resonance between the rings and the creature. The opalescent fur momentarily stilled, the creature's glow dimmed, and its eyes closed in a state of deep tranquility. For a brief moment, the creature was vulnerable. Freya seized the opportunity, stepping forward and touching the obsidian monolith. A surge of power flooded her, a torrent of information washing over her consciousness. She learned the true meaning of the prophecy, its full implications for Aurora's future. She learned about the true nature of the Guardian, a creature of immense power, bound to protect the monolith for millennia. She also learned about a hidden skill she never knew she possessed, a skill that resonated with the very fabric of Aurora's magic, a skill that had lain dormant within her, waiting to be awakened. As quickly as it had come, the vision ended, the creature's eyes flickered open, and its protective aura returned. But the information she had received was indelibly etched into her mind. a treasure hard won. The first test was complete. Freya had not only overcome the challenge, she had discovered a hidden strength within herself, a power linked to the Draupnir rings, the prophecy, and her own destiny. The path ahead remained uncertain, but she was ready. The whispers of the prophecy were now clear, and she had the courage, the knowledge, and the power to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Unforeseen consequences. The obsidian monolith pulsed faintly, its surface shimmering with residual energy even after the guardian creature retreated back into its watchful silence. Freya, still reeling from the torrent of information that had flooded her mind, felt a strange tingling sensation in her fingertips. The Draupnir rings, usually a comforting weight, now thrummed with a vibrant, almost alarming energy. They felt different, larger somehow, though she knew their physical size hadn't changed. As she carefully examined the rings, she noticed a subtle shift in their color. The gold was richer, deeper, almost incandescent in its brilliance. Intricate patterns, previously unseen, now shimmered across their surfaces like constellations etched into molten gold. It was as if the rings themselves were evolving, growing in power and complexity. The whispers of the prophecy echoed in her mind, taking on a new urgency, a heightened significance. News of Freya's success, her triumph over the obsidian guardian, spread like wildfire through the hidden pathways of Aurora's magical community. Word reached the ears of those who had long coveted the power of Draupnir, those who saw in Freya not a chosen one, but a pawn in their own ambitious schemes. Among them was Lord Valerius, a powerful sorcerer who had been monitoring Freya's progress with a mixture of fascination and malice. His ambition was boundless, his thirst for power insatiable. He saw Draupnir not as a symbol of hope and renewal, but as a tool to solidify his control over Aurora, to elevate himself to a position of godlike authority. Freya's success in accessing the prophecy only fueled his determination to acquire the rings by any means necessary. On the other hand, Freya's victory also brought unexpected allies. Elder Aurora, a wise woman who had lived for centuries, sensing the shift in magical energies, sought out Freya. She had foreseen the prophecy, its potential for both creation and destruction, and she recognized in Freya a potential to wield Draupnir's power for good. Elder Alara, offered her guidance, her vast knowledge of Aurora's history and magic, helping Freya understand the full implications of what she had learned. The rings are not merely artifacts, child, Ilara explained, her voice as ancient and resonant as the whispers of the prophecy itself. They are conduits, keys to a power far greater than even the dwarves who forged them could have imagined. They are attuned to the very essence of Aurora, its magical core, and you, Freya, are now inextricably linked to its fate. Freya learned that the evolving nature of the rings reflected Aurora's own shifting energy. The prophecy spoke not only of a time of great change, but of a choice between harmony and chaos, between renewal and destruction. The rings, in their evolving state, amplified this choice, becoming vessels capable of immense creative power, but also capable of unimaginable destruction. With Elder Ilara's guidance, Freya delved deeper into the knowledge she had gained from the monolith. She learned about the ancient guardians of Aurora, beings of immense power bound to protect the land from forces that sought to exploit its magic. She learned about the looming threat of the Shadow Blight, a malevolent entity that sought to corrupt the very heart of Aurora, plunging it into an age of eternal darkness. The knowledge was overwhelming, a responsibility far greater than Freya could have ever anticipated. The weight of the prophecy pressed heavily upon her, the understanding that the fate of an entire world rested on her shoulders. This was no longer a personal quest for self-discovery. It had become a fight for the survival of Aurora. But the evolving power of the rings wasn't limited to amplifying Aurora's energies. Freya discovered a new, unsettling connection between them and her own abilities. She could now feel the pulse of Aurora's magic, not just passively, but actively manipulating it, weaving it into her own will. The rings acted as conduits, amplifying her abilities, allowing her to channel the raw power of the land. However, this newfound power came with risks. She discovered that uncontrolled use of this power could have devastating consequences, disrupting the delicate balance of Aurora's magic, causing unpredictable and potentially catastrophic results. The more she learned, the more she realized that the whispers of the prophecy were just that, whispers. The true extent of the prophecy's implications remained shrouded in mystery, waiting to be uncovered, its details revealing themselves only through her actions and choices. Lord Valerius, meanwhile, intensified his efforts to acquire the rings. He dispatched his agents, shadowy figures cloaked in darkness, to infiltrate Freya's circle. Their attacks became bolder, more frequent, testing Freya's abilities and forcing her to refine her skills, pushing her towards mastering the new power she possessed. The conflict escalated, pitting Freya and her allies against a formidable force, a battle not just for the rings, but for the soul of Aurora itself. The evolving rings, with their constantly shifting energy, became a source of both incredible strength and unforeseen danger. Freya's journey had transformed from a personal quest for self-discovery into a desperate race against time, a struggle to control the immense power of Draupnir before it, or Aurora, was consumed by the darkness. The whispers of the prophecy were no longer subtle hints, but a deafening roar, a battle cry calling Freya to embrace her destiny, a destiny that would shape not only her own life, but the fate of the magical world around her. The path ahead was fraught with peril, but Freya, armed with her newfound power, her allies, and the unwavering support of Elder Ilara, was prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The unforeseen consequences of her actions had thrust her into the heart of a conflict of cosmic proportions, and she knew that only by mastering the power of the rings and embracing her destiny could she hope to save Aurora from the encroaching darkness. The future remained uncertain, but one thing was clear. Freya's journey had only just begun. Seeking the elders' wisdom, the air crackled with anticipation, a tangible hum that vibrated through Freya's very bones. Elder Ilara, her face etched with the wisdom of centuries, stood beside her, her eyes gleaming with a knowing light. Before them lay the path to the crystal caves, a treacherous trail winding through a landscape both breathtaking and terrifying. Towering, jagged peaks scraped the sky, their summits shrouded in perpetual mist. Below, the ground was a tapestry of deep ravines and shimmering rivers, each seemingly guarding its own secrets, its own dangers. The journey will not be easy, Freya, Ilara said, her voice a low murmur that carried across the windswept expanse. The crystal caves are guarded not just by physical obstacles, but by tests of spirit and will. The path will challenge your courage, your resilience, and your very understanding of the world. Freya clutched Draupnir, the 8 rings warming her skin, their energy mirroring her own rising apprehension. She knew Ilara spoke the truth. The prophecy hadn't offered clear instructions, only fragmented glimpses of the path, cryptic warnings of the challenges ahead. Yet, she felt a strange sense of calm, a quiet determination settling in her heart. The weight of Aurora's fate, the looming shadow of the blight, only served to strengthen her resolve. Their journey began with a descent into a seemingly endless gorge. The walls were slick with moss, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and unknown flora. Strange, bioluminescent fungi illuminated their path, casting an ethereal glow that both mesmerized and unsettled Freya. The sounds of the gorge echoed and amplified. Every rustle of leaves, every drip of water, reverberating with an unnerving intensity. As they ventured deeper, the gorge narrowed, the walls closing in on them. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled. From the depths of the chasm emerged a swarm of rock grubs, grotesque creatures with chitinous bodies and razor-sharp mandibles. They scuttled towards Freya and Ilara with horrifying speed, their clicking mandibles sounding like the grinding of ancient stones. Freya, drawing upon the power of the Draupnir rings, unleashed a wave of energy, a shimmering torrent of golden light that repelled the rock grubs, scattering them back into the shadows of the gorge. Ilara, meanwhile, used her staff to create a protective barrier, a shimmering dome of arcane energy that deflected the creature's attacks. This was just the beginning. Their journey continued through a labyrinth of caves, each more challenging than the last. They faced spectral wolves, their howls echoing through the cavernous spaces, their forms shifting and flickering in and out of reality. They navigated treacherous underground rivers, their currents strong and unpredictable, threatening to sweep them away. They outwitted cunning traps, ancient mechanisms designed to crush intruders, their mechanisms hidden beneath layers of deceptive artistry. The challenges tested Freya's physical strength, her agility, and her resourcefulness. She climbed precarious rock faces, her fingers finding purchase on the slick surfaces. She swam through icy waters, her body growing numb with cold. She solved riddles left behind by long-dead guardians, her mind racing to decipher their cryptic clues. But the greatest challenges were not physical, but mental. The caves were filled with echoes of the past, whispers of forgotten civilizations and lost hopes. The air was heavy with the weight of centuries of sorrow and regret. Freya had to fight against the overwhelming sense of despair, to maintain her focus, to hold on to her hope. Ilara's wisdom and guidance proved invaluable. She helped Freya navigate not only the physical obstacles, but also the mental ones. She taught Freya how to draw strength from the land itself, how to harness the power of the earth to overcome her fears and anxieties. She shared ancient legends and stories, reminding Freya that even in the darkest of times, hope remained. As they journeyed deeper into the crystal caves, the landscape began to change. The rough, jagged rocks smoothed into polished surfaces. The air grew warmer, the scent of damp earth replaced by a subtle fragrance of sweet blossoms. Finally, they reached the heart of the caves, a vast chamber filled with towering crystals, each one radiating an intense, vibrant light. The light was more than just illumination. It pulsed with energy, thrumming with the life force of aurora. In the center of the chamber sat a colossal crystal, radiating a light so intense that it seemed to pierce Freya's very soul. From its depths, a voice echoed, ancient and powerful, resonating with the wisdom of countless generations. It was the voice of the elders, a collective consciousness that had guarded Aurora for eons. The voice spoke not in words, but in images and sensations. Freya experienced the rise and fall of civilizations, the ebb and flow of Aurora's magic, the constant struggle between light and darkness. She saw the full extent of the prophecy, its complex web of cause and effect, its potential for both creation and destruction. She understood the true nature of the shadow blight, its insidious power, and its relentless hunger. Most importantly, she received the answers she had been seeking. She learned the secrets of Draupnir, the true extent of its power, and how to wield it without risking the destruction of Aurora. She learned her own role in the prophecy, her unique destiny, and the burden that rested upon her shoulders. The journey had been arduous, the challenges seemingly insurmountable, but Freya had emerged stronger, wiser, and more resolute than ever before. The knowledge was overwhelming, but Freya knew that she was ready. She had faced the darkness and emerged victorious. She had conquered her fears and embraced her destiny. The path ahead would still be fraught with peril, but with the wisdom of the elders and the power of Draupnir, Freya felt confident in facing whatever challenges lay ahead. Her journey to the crystal caves was not merely a physical expedition. It was a journey into the depths of her own soul, a voyage of self-discovery that had prepared her for the epic battle that was yet to come. The fate of Aurora rested upon her shoulders. But Freya was ready to shoulder the burden, armed with the ancient wisdom of the crystal caves and the boundless potential of the Draupnir rings. The journey had ended, but the true adventure had only just begun. Encounters along the way, leaving the echoing gorge behind. The path led them through a sun-dappled forest, the air alive with the chirping of unseen insects and the rustle of unseen creatures. The trees here were unlike any Freya had ever seen, their bark shimmering with an iridescent sheen, their leaves a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted and changed with every movement. The light filtering through the canopy created a magical atmosphere, an enchanted realm that seemed both familiar and alien. It was here that they first encountered the whisper wind, ethereal beings composed of swirling leaves and whispering breezes. They appeared as fleeting glimpses at first, flickering shadows at the edge of vision. But as Freya and Alara continued their journey, the whisper wind grew bolder, their forms solidifying into fleeting shapes of women and children, their voices, soft as the rustling of leaves, carried secrets and warnings on the wind. They spoke not in words, but in emotions, feelings of joy and sorrow, of hope and despair, washing over Freya in a tide of sensations. These encounters were unsettling at first, but Freya learned to interpret their ephemeral messages, gleaning valuable insights into the path ahead. They warned of impending dangers, but they also offered guidance, whispering cryptic clues and suggesting alternative routes. The whisper wind taught Freya the importance of listening to the whispers of the land, of paying attention to the subtle signs and symbols that surrounded her. Further along their path, they stumbled upon a small village nestled within a hidden valley. The villagers, a race of people with skin like polished jade and hair like spun moonlight, were initially wary of the strangers. They were known as the Lumina, and they lived a life secluded from the outside world. Their village, hidden from view by an illusionary veil that bent the very light around it. Their suspicion gave way to cautious curiosity when Freya shared stories of her quest and the looming threat of the blight. The Lumina, it turned out, possessed a deep connection to the earth and possessed an intuitive understanding of the land's hidden currents. They shared with Freya ancient songs and chants, potent incantations that resonated with the earth's energy. These songs were not merely melodic expressions. They were keys to unlocking hidden pathways, and bypassing some of the crystal cave's more perilous traps. Unlumina Elder, a woman with eyes as deep and knowing as a starlit night, gifted Freya a small, intricately carved wooden flute, imbued with protective magic. The flute was not merely an instrument, but a conduit, allowing Freya to communicate with the animals and spirits of the forest. Their journey continued, and they encountered other creatures, less friendly this time, a pack of shadow hounds, creatures born from the Blight's encroaching darkness, attacked them, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. These were not ordinary wolves, but shadows given form, their bodies rippling and shifting, their claws sharp as obsidian blades. Freya, however, was no longer the naive girl who had first encountered the rock grubs. She utilized the Draupnir ring's multiplying power in a strategic fashion, creating a shimmering barrier of golden energy that repelled the shadowhounds, while simultaneously summoning an army of tiny golden replicas, each capable of emitting a burst of light and blinding the creatures momentarily, giving Ilara the chance to counterattack. It was a chaotic battle, a dance of light and shadow, a clash between the encroaching darkness and the unwavering hope embodied in Freya's determination. Through this conflict, Freya discovered a creative application of the rings, transforming a seemingly insurmountable threat into an opportunity for strategic advantage. Their next encounter was with a solitary figure known as the Gloom Weaver, a recluse who lived in a tower built atop a treacherous precipice. The Gloom Weaver was a master of illusion and deception, their presence twisting perceptions and weaving nightmares into the very fabric of reality. They were neither wholly good nor wholly evil, existing in a space of ambiguity where shadows danced with moonlight. The Gloom Weaver tested Freya's mind, offering riddles and puzzles that delved into the depths of her subconscious, forcing her to confront her fears and insecurities. This was not a physical battle, but a battle of wits, a psychological duel that pushed Freya to her limits. By successfully navigating the Gloom Weaver's deceptive labyrinth of illusions and confronting the darkest corners of her own being, Freya emerged strengthened and wiser, her resolve solidified by her psychological victory. The encounter served as a profound lesson in self-awareness and the importance of facing one's own inner demons. As they continued their journey, Freya encountered a group of traveling merchants, their caravans laden with exotic goods from faraway lands These merchants weren't just traders, but storytellers, their tales weaving colorful narratives of distant realms and forgotten histories. They shared legends about the crystal caves, adding pieces to the fragmented prophecy that Freya carried within her heart. Their tales spoke of past heroes and villains, of triumphs and failures, of hope and despair, painting a richer and more intricate picture of the world around her. The merchants also provided Freya with much needed supplies, replenishing their stores and offering gifts, strengthening their bonds and enriching their collective journey. They shared food and shelter and taught Freya about the various cultures of Aurora, broadening her perspective and fostering empathy towards different people and ways of life. This interaction highlighted the importance of interconnectedness and community, showing that even on a solitary quest, connections with others can strengthen the resolve and provide much needed support. The journey to the crystal caves wasn't simply a physical traversal, but a pilgrimage of self-discovery. Each encounter, each challenge, was a lesson in resilience, empathy, and the boundless potential within her own heart. Freya's interactions with the Whisper Wind, the Lumina, the Shadow Hounds, the Gloom Weaver, and the traveling merchants shaped her understanding of the world and her place within it. Her experiences refined her character, strengthening her resolve and forging her into the hero Aurora needed. The journey tested her physical and mental strength, forcing her to rely not only on her wits and bravery, but also on the kindness and wisdom of others. The multiplying rings of Draupnir remained a constant symbol of her ever-growing potential, mirroring her own capacity for growth and transformation. The approaching crystal caves weren't just the destination, they were the culmination of a profound journey of self-discovery, a metamorphosis that had prepared Freya for the challenges and triumphs that lay ahead. The weight of Aurora's fate rested on her young shoulders, but Freya, armed with experience, wisdom, and the ever-multiplying rings of Draupnir, was finally ready, navigating the caves. The air grew noticeably colder as they approached the mouth of the crystal caves, a jagged fissure in the earth that seemed to breathe a chill wind. The entrance was framed by towering stalactites, their surfaces shimmering with an ethereal glow, a preview of the wonders and perils that lay within. Ilara, Freya's ever-present companion, paused, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. "This place, it feels alive," she murmured, her voice barely audible above the whisper of the wind. Freya, clutching the wooden flute gifted by the Lumina Elder, felt a surge of both excitement and apprehension. The legends spoke of the crystal caves as a sentient entity, a labyrinthine heart of the earth that tested the worthiness of those who dared to enter. The entrance was not a simple opening, but a swirling vortex of light and shadow, a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted and changed before their eyes, almost as if it were actively examining them, assessing their resolve. Taking a deep breath, Freya stepped into the vortex. The world dissolved into a maelstrom of light and color, a dizzying sensation that lasted only a moment before she found herself standing in a vast cavern, the air thick with the scent of ozone and minerals. Towering crystals, some as tall as trees, rose from the cavern floor, their surfaces radiating an inner light that illuminated the space with an otherworldly glow. Each crystal pulsed with a faint rhythm, a heartbeat echoing through the vast chamber. The path ahead was far from clear. The cavern floor was a treacherous maze of crystalline formations, sharp shards jutting out from the ground like jagged teeth. Narrow bridges of shimmering crystal spanned chasms of echoing darkness, and the air thrummed with unseen currents of energy. The crystals themselves seemed to shift and rearrange, the path constantly changing, testing Freya's ability to adapt and remain focused. Their first challenge was a series of intricate puzzles carved into the surface of massive crystals. These were not mere riddles, but tests of spatial reasoning and logical deduction, requiring Freya to manipulate the light and shadows cast by the crystals to reveal hidden passages and unlock concealed doors. The puzzles were complex and challenging, demanding every ounce of Freya's intelligence and ingenuity. With Ilera's assistance, strategically placing torches and mirrors to bend and manipulate the light, they began to solve each puzzle, revealing pathways hidden by the shifting patterns of light and shadow. The air itself became a hazard. In some sections, the caves were filled with invisible currents of energy that would sap a person's strength and leave them vulnerable. Freya learned to sense these currents, using her flute to communicate with the cave's subtle energy and guide her along safe pathways. The flute emitted a soft, resonant tone, pulsating in harmony with the cave's energy, guiding them toward safe passages. In other areas, pockets of hallucinogenic mists obscured the path, warping perceptions and conjuring illusory threats. The flute's music provided protection against the mists, anchoring Freya's mind in reality while allowing Ilara to dispel the illusions with her sword. A swift strike dispelling each phantom. They encountered several seemingly impassable obstacles, bottomless pits spanned only by narrow ledges, treacherous slopes coated in slippery crystals, and walls shimmering obsidian that seemed to absorb any light that touched them. Yet, through a combination of ingenuity and sheer courage, they surmounted each challenge. Freya's quick thinking and Ilara's strength, together with the strategic use of Freya's Draupnir rings, constantly provided solutions. On one occasion, they stumbled upon a crystal bridge that pulsed with a dangerous energy. A single misstep would send them plunging into a bottomless chasm. Freya, using her intuitive understanding of the cave's energy, discovered that the bridge's rhythm corresponded to an ancient chant she had learned from the Lumina. By singing the chant, she managed to harmonize with the bridge's energy, calming its dangerous vibrations and making it safe to cross. In another area, they were confronted by a swarm of crystalline creatures, shimmering beings born from the cave's own energy. These creatures were not malevolent, but fiercely protective of their home. Freya, realizing that violence would be futile, used her flute to communicate with them, playing a melody that resonated with their inherent energy. The melody, a soothing lullaby of the earth, calmed the creatures, allowing Freya and Ilara to pass unharmed. As they delved deeper into the crystal caves, the challenges became increasingly complex, and the air grew heavy with anticipation. The cave itself seemed to be testing Freya's resolve, pushing her to the very limits of her courage and ingenuity. The deeper they ventured, the more apparent it became that the caves were not merely a physical labyrinth, but a crucible designed to forge and test those who seek the mysteries within. One particularly daunting challenge involved navigating a maze of passages lined with crystals that pulsed with a pulsating light. Each passage led to either a dead end or a further pathway, a test of intuition and perception. Each wrong turn threatened to lead to a trap, a sudden collapse of the pathway, an ambush from crystalline creatures, or a deluge of freezing mist. Freya, relying on her instincts and the subtle cues provided by the cave's energy, navigated the maze with remarkable skill and precision, making the right decision repeatedly, guided by the faintest whispers of the earth. Throughout their journey, Freya's Draupnir rings proved invaluable. They provided not only light in the darkest passages, but also a shield against sudden attacks and a source of warmth against the penetrating cold. The ring's ability to multiply allowed Freya to create shimmering barriers, deflecting projectiles, or even summoning small, luminescent duplicates to scout ahead, assess potential dangers, and illuminate concealed paths. The climax of their journey was a confrontation with the heart of the crystal caves, a massive crystal pulsating with an intense energy, a living heart of the earth itself. The crystal pulsed with a light that was both beautiful and terrifying, a force that held both creation and destruction within its core. This was not a physical battle, but a test of Freya's spirit, a trial of her courage, her conviction, and her unwavering belief in her quest. The crystal emitted a wave of energy that tried to overwhelm Freya, a psychic attack that sought to probe her mind, to break her spirit, and expose her weaknesses. Freya, however, stood firm, her resolve strengthened by her journey through the caves, by her encounters with the Whisper Wind, the Lumina, and the Gloom Weaver, drawing upon the strength she had discovered within herself. She focused her intent, her mind a fortress against the crystal's assaults. With her connection to the earth strengthened by her flute, she countered the crystal's psychic onslaught, channeling the energy of the earth to protect herself, creating a barrier of earth and energy that deflected the waves of psychic energy. The crystal, sensing Freya's unwavering spirit, finally yielded, its energy calming, its light softening, its pulse slowing to a gentle rhythm. Emerging from the crystal caves, Freya and Ilara stepped back into the sunlight, blinking in the sudden brightness. Their journey had been arduous, fraught with peril, but they had succeeded. The crystal caves had tested Freya's limits, but they had also revealed the boundless potential within her. They had emerged not only victorious, but transformed, their bond strengthened, and Freya's courage magnified, ready for the challenges that lay ahead. The journey through the crystal caves was not merely a passage through a physical labyrinth, but a profound initiation, a coming-of-age experience that had forged Freya into the hero Aurora so desperately needed. The Elders, revelation emerging from the crystal caves, blinking in the sudden brilliance of the midday sun. Freya felt a profound sense of accomplishment mixed with an unsettling exhaustion. The journey had been a crucible, forging her strength and resolve. But the weight of the experience lingered, a quiet hum beneath her skin. Elara, her steadfast companion, placed a hand on her shoulder, her gaze filled with a mixture of admiration and concern. "We did it, Freya," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to break the fragile silence of their triumph. They continued onward, following the faint trail that wound its way through the snow-covered landscape. The air thinned as they ascended, the scent of pine and damp earth giving way to the crisp, clean scent of mountain air. The journey was arduous, each step a struggle against the biting wind and the treacherous terrain. But their spirits were buoyed by their success within the caves. The experience had deepened their bond, forging a connection stronger than steel, a silent understanding that passed between them without the need for words. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached the elder's dwelling. It wasn't a grand structure, but a humble stone hut nestled amongst the crags, almost invisible against the stark, wintry landscape. Smoke curled lazily from its chimney, a comforting sign of warmth and life in the desolate expanse. Approaching cautiously, Freya felt a tremor of anticipation, a mixture of excitement and trepidation run through her. This was the culmination of their journey, the moment of truth. The elder, a wizened woman with eyes as deep and blue as a winter sky, awaited them within. Her face was etched with the wisdom of centuries, her hair as white as the snow that blanketed the surrounding peaks. She sat by a crackling hearth, the firelight illuminating her face, casting dancing shadows on the walls of the small dwelling. The air within was thick with the scent of herbs and wood smoke, a fragrance that spoke of healing and ancient knowledge. "You have returned," she said, her voice raspy but firm, her gaze settling on Freya. "The crystal caves have tested you, haven't they?" Freya nodded, her breath misting in the cold air. She recounted their journey, detailing the challenges they faced, the intricate puzzles, the treacherous paths, the hallucinatory mists, the crystalline creatures. She spoke of the tests of ingenuity, courage, and perseverance that pushed her to the very limits of her capabilities. She described her use of the Draupnir rings, how their ability to multiply provided solutions in the face of seemingly insurmountable obstacles. She spoke of the energy of the earth, how her flute helped her communicate with the cave's subtle energy, guiding her along safe pathways, protecting her from the invisible currents, the hallucinogenic mists, and even calming the crystalline creatures. As Freya spoke, the elder listened intently, her gaze unwavering, her expression a mixture of understanding and anticipation. When Freya finished, a long silence hung in the air, broken only by the crackling of the fire. Then the elder spoke, her voice low and resonant. The crystal caves are not merely a physical labyrinth, child, she said, her voice laced with ancient wisdom. They are a reflection of the inner journey, a test of the spirit. You have proven yourself worthy, Freya. You have faced your fears, overcome your doubts, and discovered the strength that lies within you. She paused, her gaze intense, her eyes filled with a profound understanding. But your journey is far from over, she continued, her voice taking on a more serious tone. The prophecy speaks of a greater threat, a darkness that looms over Aurora, a darkness that only you can confront. The elder then revealed the true nature of Draupnir, its power far exceeding what Freya could have ever imagined. It wasn't merely a ring that could multiply itself. It was a conduit, a key to unlocking ancient magic, a source of power capable of both immense creation and devastating destruction. Each ring, she explained, represented a facet of Freya's potential, courage, wisdom, compassion, strength, resilience, and more. The ring's ability to multiply reflected Freya's own capacity for growth, her limitless potential for self-improvement. Each time she used a ring, the possibilities expanded, the power amplified. But the elder also spoke of the danger. The power of Draupnir was immense, capable of shaping the very fate of Aurora. It could heal the land, restore balance to the elements, and protect the people from the encroaching darkness. But in the wrong hands, it could unleash chaos and destruction, leading to a devastation beyond comprehension. The responsibility weighed heavily upon Freya, a burden that threatened to overwhelm her. The prophecy speaks of a balance, the elder said, a delicate equilibrium between light and shadow, creation and destruction. Draupnir represents this balance, Freya. It is a tool of immense power, but it requires wisdom and restraint, courage and compassion to wield it effectively. She then revealed a part of the prophecy that Freya had not previously understood. The prophecy didn't only speak of a looming darkness, but also of a chosen one, a descendant of the Lumina, gifted with the ability to connect with the Earth's energy, to harness its power, and use it to defend Aurora. Freya, she explained, was this chosen one, destined to not just survive, but to lead Aurora into a new era of prosperity and peace. The elder spoke of the ancient runes etched into Draupnir, explaining that they held the key to unlocking even greater power. These runes, she said, were not simply decorative. They were a language of energy, capable of channeling the earth's power and manipulating the very fabric of reality. Learning to interpret and utilize these runes would be crucial to Freya's success in her quest to save Aurora. It would require dedication, patience, and a deep understanding of the Earth's energy, a connection she had already begun to develop through her use of the flute and her journey through the crystal caves. The elder presented Freya with an ancient scroll covered in arcane symbols and intricate drawings. This scroll, she explained, contained the knowledge necessary to decipher the runes. It was a perilous path, fraught with danger and the risk of unleashing unintended consequences. The elder warned Freya of the temptation to rush, to embrace the power without fully understanding its implications. She stressed the importance of patience, self-control, and the importance of relying on the wisdom of the earth and the counsel of her friends. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the snow-covered landscape, the elder's words resonated deeply within Freya. The weight of her destiny pressed upon her, but so too did a newfound sense of purpose and determination. She had faced many challenges, but none as daunting as the one that now lay ahead. Yet, she was ready. The journey through the crystal caves, the trials she had overcome, and the wisdom imparted by the elder had transformed her. She was no longer simply the blacksmith's daughter. She was Freya, the chosen one, ready to embrace her destiny and defend Aurora from the encroaching darkness. Her journey had just begun. The power of Draupnir, along with the wisdom of the earth and the unwavering support of her friends, would be her guiding stars in the darkness that lay ahead. The fate of Aurora rested on her shoulders, but with each ring of Draupnir multiplying her strength, she felt ready to face the daunting challenges that awaited her. The weight of the world, a once daunting prospect, felt different now, lighter, almost hopeful, energized by the discovery of her inner strength and her unique connection to the mystical power of Draupnir. The adventure had changed her and she, in turn, would change Aurora a choice to make. The elder's gaze, sharp and knowing, held Freya captive. The firelight danced in her eyes, illuminating the depth of her wisdom, a wisdom born of centuries spent guarding Aurora's secrets. Silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by the crackling flames and the soft whisper of the wind outside. Then the elder spoke, her voice a low rumble that resonated within Freya's very soul. The prophecy speaks of a choice, Freya, she began, her words carefully chosen, each syllable carrying the weight of ages. A choice that will determine not only your own fate, but the fate of Aurora itself. Freya felt a chill run down her spine, a cold that had nothing to do with the winter air. This wasn't the challenge of navigating treacherous paths or deciphering cryptic runes. This was a choice that went to the very core of her being, a test of her morality, her integrity, and her understanding of the power she now possessed. The elder produced a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was plain, unassuming, almost lost in the shadows of the elder's dwelling. Yet it radiated an aura of immense power, a palpable hum that vibrated with untold energy. Within the box lay 3 objects: a single Draupnir ring gleaming with an ethereal light, a vial filled with a shimmering, iridescent liquid, and a small, smooth, black stone that pulsed with a faint inner light. These, the elder said, her voice grave, represent 3 paths, 3 possible futures for Aurora. Each holds immense power, but each comes with a heavy price. She gestured to the Draupnir ring. This ring, as you know, is a conduit of immense magical power. It can heal the land, restore balance to the elements, and protect Aurora from the encroaching darkness. But its power is not without its limitations. Its ability to multiply, its very essence, is tied to your own emotional and spiritual well-being. Using its power excessively, without proper understanding and control, will deplete your own energy, weakening you and making you vulnerable to the darkness. Next, she pointed to the vial of shimmering liquid. This is Ethereum, a potent elixir crafted from the heart of the aurora borealis itself. A single drop can grant unimaginable power, strengthening your connection to the Earth's energy, amplifying the abilities bestowed upon you by Draupnir. However, Ethereum is addictive. Its power is intoxicating, and prolonged use can cloud your judgment, leading you down a path of reckless abandon, blind to the consequences of your actions. It can corrupt the very heart of a person, turning their intentions towards selfish gain. Finally, she indicated the black stone. This is obsidian, a fragment of the shadow stone, a relic of immense darkness. It holds a power equal to, if not greater than, the combined might of Draupnir and Ethereum. It can vanquish the encroaching darkness swiftly and decisively, ending the threat to Aurora before it can take root. But to wield the Shadow Stone is to risk becoming consumed by its power. It is a seductive force, corrupting the soul and turning even the most righteous heart to darkness. To use it is to walk a dangerous path, one that could easily lead you into the abyss, making you a danger to Aurora instead of its savior. A long silence filled the room, broken only by the crackling fire. Freya stared at the three objects, each representing a different path, each promising victory, but fraught with perilous consequences. The weight of her choice pressed down upon her, the enormity of the decision almost overwhelming. The elder watched her, her expression unreadable. "You must choose wisely, Freya," she said at last. "Your decision will shape the future of Aurora and your own soul. There is no easy path, no guaranteed victory, only a choice, a path that you must choose to walk with both your eyes open and heart resolute." Freya's mind raced, trying to weigh the options. The Draupnir ring felt familiar, safe, a path she already understood, even if it was a challenging one. The Ethereum, with its promise of power, was tempting, its allure undeniable, but the obsidian, with its dark allure, its potential for devastating power, filled her with both awe and apprehension. She thought of her village, nestled beneath the shimmering aurora, of the people she loved, of her father, the blacksmith, his strong hands shaping metal into works of art. She thought of Ilara, her loyal friend, her steadfast companion on their perilous journey. She thought of the elder's words, the weight of her destiny, the responsibility resting on her young shoulders. The choice wasn't simply about choosing the most powerful option or the one that seemed to guarantee success. It was about choosing the path that aligned with her values, with her beliefs, with the person she wanted to be. It was about choosing the path that would best serve Aurora and its people, not just herself. She picked up the Draupnir ring, its smooth surface cool against her fingertips. It felt right, familiar, yet she sensed the inherent limits of its power, its reliance on her own strength and self-control. She set it down gently. She then picked up the vial of Ethereum, the iridescent liquid shimmering invitingly. The allure of its power was undeniable, its promise of effortless victory seductive. But the elder's warning about addiction resonated deep within her. She placed it back in the box. Finally, she reached for the obsidian. The cold, smooth stone felt alien in her hand, its dark energy pulsing faintly against her skin. Its potential power was immense, its ability to end the threat swiftly and decisively tantalizing. Yet the risk was enormous, the possibility of corruption too great to ignore. It was a gamble with her very soul. The weight of her decision pressed down on her, a crushing burden. But then, a quiet strength, a quiet conviction settled within her. She understood now. The choice wasn't about choosing the most powerful option, or the easiest path, or even the one that guaranteed success. It was about choosing the path that honored her values, the path that reflected her commitment to selflessness, to doing what was right, regardless of the risk. She slowly opened her hand, revealing the 3 objects. She didn't pick one. She put them all back in the box. "I choose neither," she declared, her voice surprisingly strong, steady, and filled with a newfound clarity. "I will not let the temptation of power, no matter how seductive, corrupt my judgment. I will find another way, a path of my own making. I will face the darkness with the strength within me, guided by my values and guided by the earth." The elder smiled, a slow, knowing smile that reached her eyes. "This," she said, her voice filled with pride and admiration, "is the most courageous choice of all." Malcor's rise. The elder's words, echoing in Freya's mind, still resonated with the weight of her decision. She had refused the easy path, the path of power, choosing instead a path less certain, but one that aligned with her values. She felt a surge of strength, not from a magical elixir or a dark stone, but from within herself, a strength born of conviction and resolve. But even as she felt this newfound inner power, a shadow loomed on the horizon, a darkness that threatened to eclipse even the radiant aurora borealis. News of Malcor arrived like a chilling wind, sweeping through Auroria, carrying whispers of fear and devastation. He was a sorcerer of immense power, his name synonymous with cruelty and chaos. Legends spoke of him in hushed tones, recounting tales of his twisted magic his insatiable hunger for power, and the trail of destruction he left in his wake. He was a force of nature, a storm that threatened to consume everything in its path. Initially, the rumors were dismissed as folklore, the exaggerated tales of a storyteller, but then the reports began to surface, chilling accounts from neighboring villages, tales of ravaged lands, of twisted forests, and of people consumed by an unnatural darkness. These weren't just stories anymore. They were grim realities, stark evidence of Malcor's encroaching power. The once vibrant landscapes were now scarred with the marks of Malcor's wrath. Fields that once yielded bountiful harvests were now barren wastelands, their fertility stolen by a malevolent magic. Forests, once teeming with life, were twisted and corrupted, their trees gnarled and skeletal, their leaves withered and black. Villages, once bustling with activity, were now deserted, silent monuments to Malcor's terrifying reign. The stories painted a picture of Malcor's power, a power that transcended mere sorcery. He wasn't merely using magic. He was twisting the very fabric of reality, bending the elements to his will, and corrupting the natural order of the world. Rivers flowed backwards, mountains crumbled into dust, and the very air seemed to crackle with an unnatural energy. The aurora borealis, usually a beacon of hope and beauty, now pulsed with a sinister, ominous glow, mirroring the darkness that consumed the land. The impact of Malcor's actions was felt far and wide. The once thriving trade routes were disrupted, plunging many communities into poverty and despair. Food became scarce, and fear gnawed at the hearts of even the bravest warriors. People huddled in their homes, their lives overshadowed by an ever-present dread, desperate for a leader, for a hero, to stand against the encroaching darkness. Freya, along with Ilara, heard the tales with growing concern. The elders' warnings echoed in their minds, the prophecy now unfolding before their eyes. Malcor's actions were a direct threat to Aurora, a challenge that they could no longer ignore. The weight of responsibility pressed down on Freya's shoulders, a heavier burden than the choice she had made in the Elder's dwelling. This was no longer a philosophical debate. It was a fight for survival, a battle against an overwhelming darkness. They learned that Malcor's ultimate goal was Draupnir, the ring of infinite replication. He craved its power, not to heal the land or restore balance, but to amplify his own dark magic, to twist its regenerative properties to his twisted will. His intent was to use it not as a tool for creation, but for destruction, to create an army of dark creatures to unleash his power upon the world in a manner that could obliterate the balance between magic and nature. Malcor's ambition was not limited to Aurora. His plans were far more reaching, more devastating. He aimed for complete domination, not just of the land, but of all that existed within it. The news spread quickly, creating a sense of escalating urgency. The people of Aurora, once united in their peace and harmony, were now fractured by fear and desperation. Some were driven to hopelessness, while others were fueled by a desperate need for vengeance. The land, once peaceful and serene, was now riddled with conflict, with different factions emerging, each with their own strategies and agendas. Their attempts to resist and fight against Malcor often causing unintended chaos and destruction. Freya, despite the overwhelming odds, felt a sense of determination harden within her. She realized that her refusal of the three objects offered by the Elder wasn't a sign of weakness, but a path that led to a different kind of power. The power of unity, collaboration, and strategic thinking. She needed to rally the people, uniting them against a common enemy, and guiding them towards a unified resistance that relied on their collective strengths instead of individual magic. Ilara, ever faithful and loyal, was by Freya's side. Their friendship, forged in shared experiences, was now stronger than ever. They knew that this battle wouldn't be won with magic alone. It would require courage, strategy, and the unwavering support of the people. They embarked on a journey, traversing the ravaged landscape, seeking out allies, spreading hope amidst despair, and inspiring those who had lost their belief in a brighter future. Their journey was fraught with danger. They encountered Malcor's minions, twisted creatures born from the corruption of the land, creatures whose forms were grotesque parodies of nature's beauty. They were not just fighting a sorcerer, they were combating a blight that twisted the very foundations of their world. Each victory, however small, served to bolster their spirits and renew the flickering flame of hope in the hearts of others. The fight against Malcor would be long and arduous. It would test the limits of their courage, their resilience, and their faith in the power of unity. But Freya, armed with her newfound strength and the unwavering support of Ilara and the people of Aurora, was ready to face the darkness. The shadow of Malcor loomed large, But so did the growing light of defiance. The fate of Aurora, and indeed the world, rested on their shoulders, on their unwavering belief in the power of hope and the resilience of the human spirit. The path ahead was uncertain, perilous, and challenging, but Freya knew deep in her heart that she would not yield. The fight had begun, gathering allies. Their first stop was the Sylvan Glade, home to the elusive wood elves. These ancient beings, guardians of the forest, possessed an unparalleled knowledge of nature's magic and a deep connection to the land. Their wisdom, Freya knew, would be invaluable in understanding Malcor's methods and devising a strategy to combat his insidious magic. Reaching the glade was no easy feat. The once pristine paths were now overgrown and treacherous, winding through twisted trees and across treacherous ravines. Malcor's corruption had extended even to the creatures of the forest, transforming once benevolent sprites into malevolent shadows. They battled their way through. Ilara's nimble swordsmanship deflecting the attacks of warped creatures, while Freya's quick thinking and resourcefulness navigated them through perilous traps. The wood elves, initially wary of outsiders, were eventually won over by Freya's sincerity and determination. Their leader, a wise and ancient woman named Lyra, listened intently to Freya's account of Malcor's threat. Lyra, her eyes reflecting the ageless wisdom of the forest, confirmed that Malcor's power was unlike anything they had ever encountered. He wasn't merely harnessing magic, he was corrupting it, twisting the very essence of life itself. The wood elves, deeply connected to the land, felt the pain of Malcor's corruption acutely. Their ancient trees were dying, their sacred springs running dry, and the delicate balance of their forest was threatened with irreparable harm. Lyra agreed to assist Freya, offering the knowledge and skills of her people. The wood elves were masters of camouflage, skilled in tracking, and possessed a deep understanding of herbal remedies and healing magic. They agreed to provide Freya with scouts, healers, and warriors, strengthening her burgeoning army. More importantly, they shared ancient prophecies and lore, revealing hidden weaknesses in Malcor's magic, insights that could prove crucial in the battle to come. Lyra gifted Freya with a small, intricately carved wooden amulet, a symbol of the forest's protection and a tangible representation of their alliance. Their next destination was the mountainous region of Craghaven, home to the dwarves, the creators of Draupnir. The dwarves, known for their unparalleled skill in crafting and their deep understanding of runes and ancient magic, were a powerful force, but their stubborn independence and mistrust of outsiders made gaining their allegiance a significant challenge. The journey to Craghaven was arduous. The mountains themselves seemed to be groaning under the weight of Malcor's corruption. Landslides threatened to bury them alive, and monstrous rock creatures, twisted by Malcor's dark magic, emerged from the earth to impede their progress. Freya, with her courage and Alara's unwavering support, pressed onwards, their determination fueled by the gravity of the situation. The dwarves, initially reluctant, were swayed by Freya's plea and the compelling evidence of Malcor's destructive power. They were particularly concerned about the threat to Draupnir, recognizing the potential for Malcor to twist the ring's power to his malevolent purposes. Borin, the clan leader, a grizzled dwarf with a beard as long as Freya was tall, was a powerful figure, known for his fierce loyalty and unwavering determination. He agreed to forge new weapons and armor for Freya's army, harnessing the power of enchanted runes to create weapons of unparalleled strength. He also provided Freya with several skilled engineers who could use their knowledge of mechanisms and traps to counter Malcor's machinations. The dwarves, with their profound understanding of engineering and magical inscription, offered critical support in developing strategies and creating powerful weapons for Freya's growing army. Their alliance extended beyond the people of Aurora. Freya sought out the aid of the Sky Wings, majestic griffins who ruled the skies above. The Sky Wings, proud and independent creatures, were initially hesitant to intervene in the affairs of mortals. Their connection to the wind and the high altitude provided an unhindered view of the battlefield, providing invaluable intelligence on Malcor's movements and troop concentrations. Freya, demonstrating her unwavering courage, climbed onto the highest peak, proving her bravery and resolve. She then made a heartfelt appeal to their leader, a magnificent griffin named Arion, emphasizing the importance of preserving the balance of their shared world. Their ability to patrol the skies and control the winds would prove critical to Freya's war strategy. Arion, swayed by Freya's sincerity and the gravity of the situation, pledged his support, promising to provide aerial reconnaissance and swift intervention whenever needed. The final piece of Freya's alliance came unexpectedly from a source she had never considered. The water folk, enigmatic beings who dwelled in the depths of the Great Lake, were typically reclusive, but after the neighboring villages were ravaged and the water sources became polluted by Malkor's magic, the water folk realized that Malkor's malice extended beyond the land to all realms. Their connection with the lake allowed them to influence the waters, manipulating currents and creating defensive barriers and causing flooding where appropriate. They agreed to assist Freya by providing logistical support and controlling the flow of water, turning the tides both literally and figuratively. Coralia, their queen, gifted Freya a magical seashell that could communicate with the sea creatures, allowing them to monitor Malkor's underwater activities and provide vital information about his movements. Gathering these diverse allies was not a simple task. It required diplomacy, trust building, and a deep understanding of the unique cultures and motivations of each group. Freya demonstrated her leadership skills, her ability to inspire hope, her strategic thinking, and her resolve in the face of overwhelming odds. She didn't rely solely on Draupnir's power, but instead cultivated a powerful alliance of different races and creatures, a force far stronger than any single magical artifact. The alliances were secured not through force, but through diplomacy and a shared understanding of the dire threat that loomed over Aurora. The journey had been long and treacherous, testing Freya's physical and emotional strength, but she persevered, guided by her determination and fueled by her belief in the power of unity. The shadow of Malkor still loomed large, but Freya, surrounded by her allies, felt a surge of confidence. The army that she had gathered was a force to be reckoned with, a diverse collective, powered not only by individual strengths and magical abilities, but also by the unified spirit of those who sought to protect their world from the encroaching darkness. The battle to come would be a test of their combined might, a testament to the strength that unity could bring, and a proof of Freya's own emergence as a courageous and powerful leader. The fight against Malkor was far from over, but Freya, now surrounded by a powerful and diverse alliance, was ready to confront the darkness and reclaim the light. The fate of Aurora, and perhaps the world, rested on the combined strength of this extraordinary alliance, a force formed by courage, conviction, and an unwavering belief in the power of unity. the battle for Aurora. The air crackled with anticipation, the very ground trembling beneath the weight of two opposing armies. On one side stood Freya, her face grim but resolute, at the head of her unlikely alliance. Behind her, a tapestry of warriors stretched as far as the eye could see. Wood elves, cloaked in the emerald hues of the forest, their arrows nocked and ready. Dwarves, clad in shining armor etched with protective runes, their axes gleaming. Skywings, their majestic forms soaring overhead, casting long shadows across the battlefield. And the waterfolk, their presence felt in the subtle shift of the lake's currents, a silent force ready to unleash the power of the deep. Malcor's army, a horrifying spectacle of corrupted creatures and twisted beings, stood arrayed against them, skeletal warriors, their bones animated by dark magic, marched with unnatural speed, their hollow eyes burning with malevolent glee. Twisted creatures, once innocent animals, now warped and monstrous, lurked in the shadows, their forms a testament to Malcor's insidious power. Goblins and orcs, their numbers seemingly endless, surged forward, their guttural cries echoing across the battlefield. At the heart of this dark army stood Malcor himself, his silhouette a looming specter against the ravaged landscape, his aura radiating a palpable sense of malevolent energy. The battle began with a deafening roar. The dwarves charged forward, a wall of steel and enchanted runes, their axes cleaving through the ranks of Malcor's army with devastating force. The sky wings swooped down from above, their talons tearing through the enemy lines, creating chaos and disarray. The wood elves, using their mastery of camouflage and archery, rained down a deadly hail of arrows, picking off Malcor's soldiers with deadly precision. The waterfolk, unseen but ever-present, manipulated the lake's currents, creating whirlpools that swallowed entire squadrons of enemies, while surges of water crashed against the flanks of Malcor's army, disorienting and weakening them. Freya, wielding a newly forged dwarven sword, imbued with protective runes, fought with a ferocity that surprised even herself. Her every strike was precise and powerful, fueled by her determination and the weight of Aurora's fate on her shoulders. Ilara, ever at her side, fought with unmatched skill and grace, her movements a whirlwind of flashing steel, deflecting blows and creating openings for Freya to strike. They fought their way through the ranks of Malcor's army, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos, their actions inspiring their allies and bolstering their resolve. The battle raged for hours, A terrifying display of magic and bloodshed. The air was thick with the clash of steel, the screams of the dying, and the crackling of magical energy. The ground became a mire of mud and blood, littered with broken weapons and the corpses of both sides. Yet, despite the heavy toll, Freya's army held firm. Their diverse strengths and abilities complemented each other, their unity a powerful force against Malkor's disorganized horde. The wood elves' knowledge of the terrain and their precise archery proved invaluable, while the dwarves' strength and enchanted weapons broke through Malkor's defenses. The Skywings disrupted enemy formations from above, and the waterfolk used the terrain to their advantage. Malkor, sensing the tide turning against him, unleashed his full power. The earth trembled, the sky darkened, and a wave of dark energy swept across the battlefield. The corrupted creatures surged forward with renewed vigor, their attacks intensified by Malkor's malevolent magic. The battle reached its most intense point. The very fate of Aurora hung in the balance. Freya, realizing that brute force alone wouldn't suffice, drew upon the wisdom she'd gained from her journey. Remembering Lyra's prophecy, she spotted a weakness in Malkor's magic, a point of vulnerability that could be exploited. She rallied her allies, communicating her plan through a combination of shouts, hand signals, and the magical seashell, instructing the waterfolk to create a massive wave that would disrupt the flow of Malkor's dark energy and create an opening for a focused attack. The waterfolk responded swiftly, unleashing a colossal wave that crashed into Malkor's army, shattering the dark energy and sending waves of corrupted creatures crashing down. The dwarves seized the opportunity, creating a wedge through the disoriented forces, allowing the wood elves to pour their arrows into Malkor's vulnerable heart. The Skywings followed up with a ferocious aerial assault, their attacks preventing any kind of meaningful counterattack. As Malkor's power waned, Freya pressed her advantage. She charged forward, her sword burning with a fierce, magical energy, guided by Draupnir's multiplying power that amplified her strength. With a final, decisive blow, she struck Malkor, severing his connection to the dark energy that fueled his power. A wave of light washed over the battlefield, purging the corruption and restoring the land to its natural beauty. The battle was over. Malkor's army scattered, their corrupted forms dissolving into nothingness. The remaining creatures fled, leaving behind a scene of devastation, yet also a quiet sense of relief and victory. Freya, exhausted but triumphant, stood amidst her allies, her heart filled with gratitude and pride. The battle for Aurora had been won not by brute force alone, but by the power of unity, courage, and a shared belief in the good that could prevail against the overwhelming darkness. The shadow of Malchor had finally lifted, but the scars of war remained. The rebuilding of Aurora would be a long and arduous process, but with Freya at the helm and her loyal allies at her side, the future, though uncertain, held the promise of peace and healing. The land, cleansed of Malchor's corruption, began to heal, and the aurora borealis shone brighter than ever before, a testament to the victory hard earned and the promise of a brighter tomorrow. The once ravaged land slowly began to blossom, reflecting the renewed hope that filled the hearts of Aurora's people. Freya, no longer just the blacksmith's daughter, but a true leader and heroine, stood ready to guide her people into a new era of peace and prosperity. The journey was far from over, but the greatest battle had been won. The future was yet to be written, but it was a future brimming with possibility, forged in the fires of battle and cemented by the unbreakable bonds of an extraordinary alliance, unexpected sacrifice. The victory, though hard won, felt bittersweet. The cheers of the allied forces, the joyous cries of the freed villagers, were muted by a heavy silence that settled over the battlefield as the dust began to settle. Amidst the carnage, a sight caught Freya's eye. Elara, her closest companion, lay slumped against a shattered rock, her breath shallow, a dark stain blooming across her silken armor. A mournful cry escaped Freya's lips, the sound lost in the general din, but the weight of it settled heavily in her chest. Elara, with her grace and unparalleled swordsmanship, had been Freya's shield, her unwavering support through the harrowing battle. Her quick wit and strategic thinking had often saved Freya from perilous situations. Now, her lifeblood ebbed away, a stark reminder of the terrible cost of their victory. Freya knelt beside her, the dwarven sword still warm from the battle's heat, slipping from her numb fingers. She gently touched Elara's face, feeling the chilling coolness of her skin. Elara's eyes fluttered open, a faint smile gracing her lips. "It was worth it," Elara whispered, her voice barely a breath. "Aurora is safe." Tears welled up in Freya's eyes, blurring her vision. She couldn't bear the thought of losing Elara, her friend, her confidant, her rock, the weight of the battle, the relentless pressure of leading the Allied forces seemed to crumble under the sudden, crushing grief. The victory felt hollow, the cheers distant and unreal. A wave of despair threatened to engulf her. But then she remembered Ilara's words. Aurora was safe. That was what mattered. Ilara had sacrificed herself for the greater good. A selfless act of courage that transcended the battlefield's brutality. It was a sacrifice that resonated deeply within Freya, shaking her to the core. It was a sacrifice that would forever alter her perception of courage, changing the way she would face future trials. The sky wings, sensing the gravity of the situation, descended, their majestic forms casting long shadows over the fallen warrior. A skywing elder, his eyes filled with sorrow, approached Freya. He spoke in a language older than the mountains, a language of wind and starlight. But Freya understood. He offered to take Ilara to the skywing city, nestled high in the mountains, where the healers possessed skills unmatched by any in Aurora. There, amidst the clouds, they held hope of preserving life, even in the face of the most grievous wounds. They held a hope that stirred a flicker of hope within Freya's heart. The journey to the skywing city was arduous, fraught with peril. Even in the aftermath of the battle, the treacherous mountain paths were still fraught with danger, with lurking creatures and treacherous cliffs. But Freya pushed herself onwards, driven by a desperate hope that somehow Ilara could be saved. Her allies accompanied her, their faces gray, their hearts heavy with grief. The wood elves guided them through the darkest parts of the forest, their knowledge of the terrain invaluable in this new, perilous situation. The dwarves, ever practical, provided support and protection, ensuring the safety of the fragile Ilara. The water folk, through their subtle manipulation of water currents, ensured the journey was smoother and faster than they had expected. As they reached the skywing city, nestled amidst towering peaks and breathtaking vistas, the city's beauty was in stark contrast to the sorrow weighing down their hearts. The skywing healers, with their knowledge of ancient magic and healing arts, worked tirelessly to save Ilara. Days turned into nights, and the city buzzed with their dedicated efforts. Yet, despite all their efforts, the prognosis remained grim. Ilara's life force was dwindling, slowly, inexorably fading. Freya spent sleepless nights by Ilara's side, clutching her hand, whispering stories of their adventures, sharing memories of laughter and shared dreams. She saw in Ilara's fading eyes not just the fading life force, but a profound courage that had pushed her to the limit. Ilara's courage had transcended the battle, transcending physical limitations to define a strength that echoed in Freya's soul. One morning, as the sun rose, painting the clouds in shades of gold and rose, Ilara stirred. Her eyes, though weak, held a spark of life, a gleam of determination. She spoke, her voice even weaker than before, but clear in its message. The ring, she whispered, her gaze falling on Draupnir, which rested around Freya's neck. It holds more power than we know. Freya understood. Ilara's sacrifice wasn't just about saving Aurora. It was about revealing the depths of Draupnir's potential, a power that had yet to be fully unlocked. She looked at the ring, noticing now the subtle shifts in its luminescence, a shimmering that held a depth she hadn't noticed previously. It wasn't just a magical artifact, it was a key, unlocking powers of healing and potential. She pressed her finger against the ring, a surge of energy pulsing through her. Images flooded her mind, visions of a greater healing, a power that could mend not just physical wounds, but also restore the land, even restore life itself. With newfound determination, Freya used the ring's power, drawing upon the energy it held. She channeled this amplified power through her hands and towards Ilara, carefully guiding the flow of energy, restoring what was damaged and replenishing vitality. The process was draining, demanding all of Freya's strength and concentration, but she persisted, driven by her love for her friend and the weight of Ilara's sacrifice. Slowly, miraculously, a change began to occur. Color returned to Ilara's cheeks. Her breathing grew stronger, her pulse steadier. The dark stain upon her armor faded, replaced by the natural color of her skin. Hours later, Ilara opened her eyes, weak but clear, a gentle smile on her face. She was alive. The experience had profoundly changed Freya. It was a pivotal moment, forging a new understanding of courage, not just as a display of physical strength, but as a profound sacrifice for a greater good. It was a sacrifice that had deepened her resolve, revealed the true potential of the ring, and transformed her from a simple blacksmith's daughter into a leader capable of not just winning battles, but also facing and overcoming incredible hardships. The healing of Ilara became a symbol of hope, not just for her, But for all of Aurora, the war was over. But Freya's journey of self-discovery, one that intertwined with the power of Draupnir, had only just begun. The shadow of Malcor was gone, but the lessons learned on that blood-soaked battlefield, lessons of sacrifice and unwavering courage, would remain forever etched in her heart. The weight of her leadership would always be heavy, but Freya carried it with newfound strength, the strength forged in the fires of battle, the resilience learned through loss, and the faith in the unending potential of the magical ring around her neck. The true power of Draupnir was far beyond what she had initially imagined. It lay in its ability to amplify not just physical strength, but also the potential for profound healing and the unwavering courage to face the unknown, turning the tide. The revitalized Ilara, though weak, possessed a clarity of vision that belied her near-death experience. Her gaze, once clouded with the mists of departing life, now held a fierce, unwavering light. She spoke of Malcor, not as a distant threat, but as a presence woven into the very fabric of the battlefield, a malevolent force that fed on despair and amplified the chaos of war. He didn't just command his legions, she rasped, her voice thin but resonant. He was the chaos. He drew strength from the fear, the bloodshed, the very despair of the fallen. Freya, her heart still pounding from the exertion of channeling Draupnir's power, understood the sheer scale of the battle, the relentless waves of Malcor's forces hadn't been merely a matter of numbers. It had been a manifestation of Malcor's dark magic, a malevolent energy that amplified the fear and despair of the combatants, fueling his armies and making them seem insurmountable. The Allied forces, though brave, had been fighting not just an army, but a living embodiment of negativity. This revelation sparked a new strategy, a way to combat Malcor, not through brute force alone, but through a manipulation of the very energy that fueled him. Freya remembered the dwarves' tales of ancient runes, runes that could not only amplify magic, but could also redirect and neutralize its flow. She recalled seeing similar runes etched into Draupnir itself, subtle carvings that had remained unnoticed until now, hidden within the swirling patterns of the molten gold. The runes, Freya murmured, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings on the ring. They're not just for multiplication. They're a key to controlling the flow of energy, She looked at the ring, at the 8 newly formed copies shimmering around her neck, each one pulsing with the same ancient power. It wasn't merely about creating more rings, it was about harnessing the flow of magical energy, about redirecting the tide of the battle. She summoned the allied leaders, the wise elder of the wood elves, the sturdy chieftain of the dwarves, and the serene matriarch of the water folk. She explained her theory, her voice filled with a newfound confidence, a confidence born from facing death and emerging victorious. They listened intently, their initial skepticism slowly giving way to understanding and then to awe. The plan was daring, almost reckless. Freya would use Draupnir not to create more weapons, but to create a network of energy, a conduit that would channel and redirect Malcor's negative energy, draining his power and weakening his forces. The dwarves would use their knowledge of runes to create anchors for this network, points where the energy could be captured and rerouted. The wood elves would weave protective enchantments, shielding the allied forces from the backlash. The water folk, masters of subtle energies, would help manage the flow, ensuring a smooth and controlled redirection of Malcor's power. The battle resumed, but it was different now. It wasn't a chaotic melee. It was a carefully orchestrated symphony of magic and strategy. Freya, guided by Alara's insight and her own newfound understanding, stood at the heart of the operation, wielding Draupnir not as a weapon, but as a conductor of energy. As Malcor's forces surged forward, fueled by their dark masters' fear-inducing magic, Freya activated the network. The dwarven runes, glowing with an ethereal light, became anchors, drawing in the negative energy. The wood elves' protective enchantments rippled outwards, shielding their allies from the draining effect. The water folk's subtle manipulations channeled the captured energy, redirecting it towards Malcor's own forces. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Malcor's legions, once relentless and fearsome, began to falter. Their movements became sluggish, their attacks weak. The dark aura that had enveloped the battlefield began to dissipate, replaced by a growing sense of hope. The very air crackled with the diverted energy, a visible shift from the oppressive darkness to a revitalizing light. Malcor himself, sensing his power ebbing away, roared in frustration and fury. His form, once imposing and shadowy, began to shrink, becoming less substantial, more ethereal. His attempts to replenish his strength were met with the unrelenting drain of the energy network, leaving him weaker with each failed attempt. The tide had irrevocably turned. The Allied forces, emboldened by this unexpected shift, fought with renewed vigor, their attacks precise and devastating. Malcor's weakened legions, stripped of their dark power, were no match for the coordinated might of the united forces. The battle raged for several more hours, but the energy draining continued relentlessly. The end came swiftly. Malcor, his power completely drained, was left a mere wisp of shadow, a pathetic remnant of the formidable being he once was. He vanished, his malevolent essence scattered like dust in the wind. The victory was complete, not through brute force, but through strategic brilliance. A victory that showcased the true potential of Draupnir and the ingenuity of those who wielded it. The land, once steeped in shadow, began to breathe again. The air cleansed, the earth revitalized. The aftermath was a scene of jubilation, a celebration that surpassed even the initial relief of escaping Malcor's grasp. Freya, exhausted but triumphant, stood amongst her allies, the weight of leadership eased by the shared victory, the collective triumph. Elara, pale but recovering, rested at Freya's side, a symbol of the incredible healing that Draupnir had made possible. The magical ring, once a simple artifact, had become a beacon of hope, a symbol of resilience, and a testament to the power of collective action and unwavering courage. Freya knew that her journey was far from over, that new challenges and adventures lay ahead, but she faced the future with newfound confidence, her spirit strengthened, her determination forged in the fires of battle, and her faith in the endless possibilities of Draupnir unshaken. The shadow of Malcor was gone, but the legacy of their shared victory, the lessons learned in the crucible of war, would forever shape the destiny of Aurora and Freya herself. The ring, now pulsating with a soft, gentle light, rested against her chest, a reminder of the immense power it held, a power that transcended the battlefield and extended to the healing of a land and a people. The true battle had been won not only on the field of combat, but within Freya's heart, where the strength of her spirit had matched the power of her magical artifact. The final showdown. The air crackled with anticipation, a tangible tension hanging heavier than the swirling snow that buffeted the desolate battlefield. Before Freya stood Malcor, not as the shadowy, ephemeral being he had become, but as a towering figure wreathed in shadow, his form solidified by a desperate, last-ditch effort to reclaim his power. His eyes, burning embers in the gloom, fixed on Freya, radiating a chilling malevolence that sent a shiver down her spine, even amidst the adrenaline coursing through her veins. This was no longer a battle of attrition. This was a final, desperate confrontation, a clash of wills and magical might that would determine the fate of Aurora. The battlefield itself seemed to hold its breath. The remnants of Malcor's army, scattered and broken, watched with a mixture of fear and desperate hope. The allied forces, though exhausted, stood firm, their resolve strengthened by the knowledge that this was the final push. The silence, broken only by the whisper of the wind and the rhythmic pounding of Freya's heart, stretched taut, a silent prelude to the impending storm. Malcor spoke, his voice a resonating growl that echoed across the ravaged landscape. "Foolish girl," he boomed, his voice laced with bitter contempt. "You believe you have bested me. You think you can control the very essence of despair. You are but a child, playing with forces beyond your comprehensions." Freya stood her ground, her gaze unwavering, the 8 Draupnirs shimmering around her neck like a constellation of golden stars. Pulsed with contained power, she felt the weight of the battle, the hopes of countless lives resting on her shoulders. But fear was absent. In its place was a steely resolve, a quiet determination born from the crucible of war and tempered by the unwavering belief in her own potential. "I am not playing Malcor," Freya replied, her voice clear and strong, carrying across the battlefield. "I am fighting for what is right, for a world free from your tyranny, and I will win." With a furious roar, Malcor unleashed his attack. Dark tendrils of energy, thick as pythons, lashed out, seeking to ensnare Freya, to crush her will and break her spirit. But Freya was ready. She moved with a grace and speed that belied her youth. Her movements fluid and precise, guided by instinct, honed in the heat of battle. She weaved and dodged, the dark tendrils hissing past her, narrowly missing their mark. The ensuing battle was a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow, a breathtaking clash of magic that transcended the physical realm. Malcor's attacks were ferocious, each one imbued with a potent malevolence that sought to shatter Freya's spirit, to break her connection to Draupnir. But Freya, guided by the runes etched into the rings and fueled by her own inner strength, countered each blow with precision and skill. She channeled the energy of Draupnir, not just to defend herself, but to redirect Malkor's attacks, using his own dark magic against him. The battlefield became a kaleidoscope of swirling energies, a chaotic ballet of light and shadow, where Freya, at the heart of the storm, danced with death and emerged unscathed. She used the 8 rings not only to create defensive shields, but to launch counterattacks, sending waves of pure, positive energy crashing against Malkor's onslaught. The clash continued for what felt like an eternity, a grueling test of endurance and will. Freya's body ached, her magic strained, but her spirit remained unbroken. With each passing moment, Malkor's attacks grew weaker, his energy waning under the relentless assault of Freya's strategic countermeasures and the draining effect of the energy network. He was fighting not only Freya, but the combined strength of Aurora channeled through her. As Malkor's power dwindled, his form began to flicker, his once imposing presence becoming increasingly insubstantial. His rage, once a palpable force, transformed into a desperate plea, a pathetic attempt to hold on to the power he was rapidly losing. He sensed his impending defeat, the crushing weight of failure bearing down upon him, and his attacks became erratic and desperate. Freya, seizing her opportunity, unleashed a final, devastating blow. She channeled the combined energy of all 8 Draupnirs, focusing her intent, her will, and her magic into a single blinding wave of pure, untainted light. The wave struck Malkor with the force of a collapsing star, shattering his weakened defenses and tearing apart the very fabric of his being. A piercing scream, filled with rage, despair, and the chilling echo of 1,000 vanquished souls, ripped through the air as Malkor's form disintegrated into a swirling vortex of darkness, then vanished without a trace. The oppressive aura that had cloaked the battlefield dissipated, replaced by a palpable sense of relief and exhilaration. The air, once thick with the stench of death and despair, now felt clean, revitalized. The snow, reflecting the light of the setting sun, sparkled with a newfound brilliance. Freya collapsed to her knees, exhausted but triumphant. The 8 Draupnirs around her neck pulsed gently, their golden light radiating warmth and serenity. She had faced Malkor, the embodiment of chaos and despair, and emerged victorious. She had not only saved Aurora, but had also discovered a strength within herself she had never known existed. The journey had been long and arduous, fraught with peril and uncertainty, but she had persevered, emerging stronger and more resolute than ever before. Her victory was not just a triumph over a malevolent force, but a testament to her unwavering courage, her unwavering belief in herself, and the boundless potential of the magical ring. Draupnir. The final showdown was over, but Freya knew that her journey of self-discovery had only just begun. The future held new challenges, new adventures, but she faced them with a newfound confidence, armed not only with the power of Draupnir, but with the strength of her own indomitable spirit, the power of belief. The silence following Malcor's demise was profound, a stark contrast to the cacophony of the battle that had just concluded. The wind, which had howled like a banshee moments before, now whispered softly through the snow-laden trees, carrying with it the scent of pine and the faint, sweet aroma of thawing earth. The battlefield, a desolate wasteland moments ago, seemed to sigh in relief, the very air shimmering with a newly found lightness. Freya, still kneeling amidst the remnants of the conflict, felt the weight of the victory settle upon her. The exhaustion was immense, a weariness that seeped into her bones. But it was a pleasant exhaustion, the kind that followed a hard-fought triumph. The 8 Draupnirs, nestled against her throat, pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic glow, their golden light a beacon in the fading light. She looked around at the faces of her allies, their expressions mirroring her own mixture of relief and awe. Their bodies were battered and bruised, their faces streaked with grime and blood, but their eyes shone with a light that transcended physical pain, a light of shared victory, of unwavering hope. They had stood together, shoulder to shoulder, facing insurmountable odds, and they had prevailed. This victory was not solely Freya's. It was a testament to their collective strength, their unshakable belief in each other, and their unwavering faith in the power of unity. Elder Rowan, his face etched with the wisdom of centuries, approached Freya, his steps slow but steady, his eyes, usually twinkling with mirth, were filled with a profound gratitude. He knelt beside her, his hand resting lightly on her shoulder. "You have shown us all the true meaning of courage, Freya," he said, his voice hoarse but filled with emotion. "Not only your own courage, but the courage that blooms when hearts and spirits unite. His words resonated deeply within Freya. She had faced Malcor alone in the final confrontation, but the strength she had drawn upon had not been solely her own. It had been fueled by the unwavering support of her friends, the unwavering belief of her people, and the collective hope that had pulsed through Aurora like a life-giving current. It was the collective belief that had empowered her, fueled her resolve, and ultimately secured their victory. The battle against Malcor had been more than just a physical fight. It had been a battle of wills, a clash of beliefs. Malcor's power had been rooted in despair, in the erosion of hope. He had thrived on fear, on the crumbling of faith. Freya, armed with the magical Draupnirs, had countered his despair with hope, his fear with courage, his cynicism with unwavering belief. The memory of her comrades, standing firm even in the face of death, flashed before her eyes. She recalled the unwavering support of Ilara, the swift maneuvers of Kale, the unwavering steadfastness of Theron, and the unwavering hope of the villagers who had clung to their faith, even as Malcor's shadow threatened to engulf them. Each one of them had played a crucial role in the final victory. Each one of them had believed, and that belief had amplified their strength, bolstering Freya's own abilities. This realization brought a new layer of understanding to Freya's experience. It was not just the Draupnirs, not just her own inherent potential, that had allowed her to overcome Malcor. It had been the symbiotic relationship between her individual power and the collective belief of her community, a testament to the strength found in unity and shared purpose. The Draupnirs had multiplied, not only in number, but in the impact of their power, mirroring the multiplicative effect of shared hope and mutual trust. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the battlefield, Freya felt a deep sense of gratitude towards her allies. She rose to her feet, the weariness replaced by a surge of renewed energy. She addressed the assembled warriors, her voice echoing across the snow-covered field. "We have won this battle," she declared, her voice ringing with confidence and gratitude. "But we won it together. It was not just my strength, but our collective strength, our unwavering belief in one another, and our shared hope that brought us victory. Let Malcor's defeat be a reminder of the power that lies within us when we stand together, when we believe in the strength of our unity, and when we refuse to let despair conquer hope." A cheer erupted from the assembled warriors, a resounding testament to Freya's words. They had fought together bled together and triumphed together. They understood now, more profoundly than ever before, the true meaning of unity, of shared belief, and of the invincible power that arose from a combined spirit. The victory against Malkor was not just the end of a battle, it was the beginning of a new era, an era forged in the crucible of war and tempered by the unwavering belief in the strength of their collective spirit. The following days were filled with the bittersweet task of tending to the wounded, burying the fallen, and rebuilding what Malkor's dark reign had destroyed. Freya, despite her exhaustion, played a vital role in the recovery efforts. Her mere presence, a symbol of their collective triumph, brought comfort and renewed hope to the wounded and the grieving. The rebuilding process was arduous, but it was undertaken with a newfound energy, fueled by the collective sense of unity and hope that had emerged from their victory. People from all walks of life worked side by side, their differences forgotten in the face of a shared purpose. The blacksmiths repaired broken weapons and tools. The farmers cleared debris and replanted crops. The healers tended to the injured. Even the children, their faces etched with the trauma of recent events, helped where they could, their small hands working tirelessly alongside the adults. The rebuilding was more than just the restoration of physical structures. It was the restoration of faith, hope, and community. The people of Aurora, once scattered and fearful, had come together, bound by a shared experience and a collective belief in their ability to overcome adversity. Freya, watching them work, understood the depth of the power that unity and belief could unleash. As Aurora slowly healed, Freya realized that the power of the Draupnirs was not just about the magical properties of the rings. It was a symbol, a manifestation of the power of belief, of the potential that resided within each individual, and the immense strength that could be achieved through unity and shared purpose. The rings themselves were inert without the faith, courage, and willpower of their wearer. The ring's ability to multiply was a reflection of the exponential power of belief, of how a single spark of hope could ignite a flame that could illuminate and transform an entire community. The battle with Malkor was a turning point, not just for Aurora, but for Freya herself. She had learned that true strength wasn't simply about magical prowess or individual abilities. It was about the strength of spirit, the power of belief, and the unifying force of shared purpose. The magic of Draupnir was amplified, not by its inherent properties alone, but by the unwavering faith of those who believed in its power and in her ability to wield it. The journey ahead would certainly hold new challenges, but Freya faced them with newfound confidence, armed not only with the power of Draupnir, but with the unwavering belief in the strength of her spirit and the power of a united Aurora. The echoes of Malcor's defeat would serve as a constant reminder of the immense power that bloomed when hope and unity intertwined. Malcor's defeat. The final clash with Malcor was not a spectacle of dazzling spells and breathtaking acrobatics, but a brutal, agonizing struggle of wills. It was a dance of desperation and determination, played out in the heart of the blizzard, amidst a swirling chaos of ice and snow. Malcor, stripped of his outward grandeur, was a terrifying figure, his eyes burning with a malevolent light that seemed to freeze the very air around him. His magic, once a source of fearsome power, now crackled with a desperate, unstable energy, reflecting the turmoil within his own soul. Freya, armed with the 8 Draupnirs, felt the weight of her people's hope pressing down on her, a tangible burden of expectation that fueled her resolve. She moved with a grace born of necessity, her movements fluid and precise, each strike calculated to exploit Malcor's weakening defenses. The battle raged, a whirlwind of icy blasts and shimmering runes, a maelstrom of raw power that threatened to tear the very fabric of reality. Malcor's attacks were relentless, each one a desperate attempt to break Freya's spirit, to snuff out the flame of hope that burned within her. He unleashed blasts of freezing energy that tore through the snow, creating fissures in the ice, and summoned spectral creatures from the icy wastes, their icy claws aimed at tearing Freya apart. But Freya, fueled by an inner strength she hadn't known she possessed, met each assault with unwavering courage. The Draupnirs, sensing the intensity of the struggle, pulsed with an intensified light, their golden glow illuminating the battlefield like miniature suns. With each successful parry, each deft evasion, Freya felt a surge of power coursing through her veins. The Draupnirs weren't merely multiplying, they were amplifying her own inherent strength, enhancing her magical capabilities, sharpening her instincts, and bolstering her resolve. It was as if the rings themselves were responding to the intensity of her belief, the unwavering faith she placed in herself, and the hope she carried for her people. Yet, despite her growing prowess, the battle took its toll. The strain on her magical reserves was immense, a constant drain on her energy that left her breathless and exhausted. Her body screamed in protest, each blow a searing reminder of her physical limitations. The icy winds whipped at her exposed skin, biting deep into her flesh, and the chilling air stole the warmth from her bones. Yet she pressed on, driven by an indomitable will that refused to yield. The turning point came not with a brilliant display of magic, but with a simple act of compassion. Malcor, weakened and desperate, unleashed a final, devastating attack, a torrent of icy energy that threatened to engulf her completely. But in that instant, Freya saw not a monstrous villain, but a broken soul, consumed by despair and driven by a deep-seated fear of oblivion. Instead of dodging the attack, she shielded herself with the Draupnirs, absorbing the full force of his despair-fueled magic. A blinding white light erupted, engulfing both of them. When the light subsided, Malcor lay broken and defeated, not by a direct blow, but by the weight of Freya's compassion. His power, fueled by negativity and despair, had been countered not by force, but by empathy. He had unleashed his final assault on Freya, expecting her destruction, but instead he found a mirror to his own despair, shattered by the very compassion he had lacked. Freya, too, felt the effects of the confrontation. The Draupnirs, having absorbed Malcor's potent, negative magic, were dimmed, their light significantly weaker than before. The rings were not destroyed, but they reflected the cost of the battle. A deep exhaustion settled over her, far more profound than the physical weariness. She felt a hollowness, an emptiness that echoed the void she had momentarily filled for Malcor. She knelt beside the fallen Malcor, her own breath ragged and shallow. She saw not a triumphant warrior, but a weary soul, burdened by the weight of her victory. The battle had changed her, reshaping her understanding of power, responsibility, and the true cost of conflict. The defeat of Malcor marked the beginning of a long healing process, both for Aurora and for Freya herself. The rebuilding was a collective effort, a testament to the unity forged in the crucible of war. The community, once fractured and fearful, now stood united, their shared experience forging an unbreakable bond. The echoes of Malcor's defeat, though chilling, served as a constant reminder of the fragility of power and the strength found in compassion, unity, and unwavering belief. Freya, though physically exhausted, found a new strength in her purpose. The battle had stripped away her naivety, replacing it with a profound understanding of the responsibilities that came with wielding power. The Draupnirs, though weakened, continued to pulse faintly, a reminder of the potent magic they contained and a symbol of the enduring hope for Aurora's future. The journey ahead was far from over, but Freya faced it with a newfound clarity. She knew that the true power of Draupnir lay not just in its ability to multiply, but in its ability to amplify the positive intentions and beliefs of its wielder. The rings had been a catalyst for her growth, but her own resilience, her capacity for empathy, and the unwavering support of her people were the true sources of her strength. She had confronted Malcor not only with magic, but with the strength of her spirit, the power of her compassion, and the unwavering belief in the unity and potential of her people. Her victory was not just a triumph over a villain, but a testament to the indomitable spirit of Aurora and a promise of a brighter future built on the foundations of empathy, courage, and shared hope. The memory of Malcor's defeat, the profound exhaustion it left behind, would always serve as a reminder that true power is not simply about strength, but about the responsibility that accompanies it, a reminder etched into the very fabric of her being. The path ahead remained uncertain, but Freya, armed with this newfound wisdom and the persistent glow of the diminished Draupnirs, stepped forward, ready to face whatever challenges lay in wait. The aftermath, the silence that followed Malcor's defeat, was heavier than the blizzard that had raged just moments before. A thick, suffocating silence that pressed down on Aurora, a stark contrast to the chaotic energy of the battle. The air, once thick with the icy blasts of Malcor's magic, now hung heavy with the lingering scent of ozone and the faint, metallic tang of blood. Malcor's blood staining the pristine white snow a horrifying crimson. The spectral creatures he had summoned had vanished, leaving behind only the ghostly imprint of their icy claws in the snow. The battlefield itself, once a maelstrom of frozen chaos, now lay still, a testament to the brutal conflict that had just transpired. Freya, still kneeling beside Malcor's lifeless form, felt the profound weight of her victory settle upon her. It wasn't the triumphant exhilaration she had expected. Instead, it was a bone-deep weariness, a profound emptiness that echoed the void she had momentarily filled for Malcor. The 8 Draupnirs, once blazing with golden light, were now dim, their glow reduced to a faint, ethereal shimmer. They had absorbed the brunt of Malcor's despair-fueled magic, bearing the scars of the battle as deeply as Freya herself. Slowly, she rose, her movements stiff and aching. Every muscle screamed in protest, a symphony of pain that resonated with the emptiness in her soul. The physical exhaustion was immense, a brutal reminder of the toll the battle had taken, but it was the emotional exhaustion that truly weighed her down. The weight of responsibility, the gravity of her actions, the chilling knowledge that she had stared into the abyss and glimpsed the terrible beauty of despair. The villagers, emerging cautiously from their shelters, approached slowly, their faces a mixture of awe and relief. They moved like ghosts, their footsteps barely disturbing the thick blanket of snow that covered Aurora. Their eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and wonder, fixed on Freya, their savior. They saw not just the girl who had defeated Malcor, but the embodiment of their own hopes and fears, their resilience and determination. The rebuilding of Aurora began immediately, a collective effort born from shared trauma and newfound unity. The process was slow, painstaking, but infused with a shared purpose that transcended the individual losses. Homes were rebuilt, lives were salvaged, and the wounds of war began to slowly heal. The community, once fractured by fear and mistrust, found a new strength in their shared experience. Their bonds forged in the crucible of war stronger than ever before. The laughter of children, the warmth of hearths, the familiar sounds of everyday life slowly returned, pushing back against the chilling memories of the blizzard and the battle. The dwarves, ever resourceful and practical, played a crucial role in the reconstruction. They repaired the damaged buildings, reforged weapons, and crafted new tools. Their skill and dedication, a testament to their enduring spirit. They also studied the Draupnirs, analyzing the diminished glow and the residual traces of Malcor's dark magic. Their expertise revealed that the rings were not irreparably damaged. The magic they contained was simply dormant, depleted, needing time to recover. They suggested a ritual, a cleansing ceremony involving the aurora borealis itself. to restore the Draupnirs to their former glory. Freya, with the help of the elder dwarves, began the slow process of learning to control and channel the Draupnir's power more effectively. The rings, though weakened, still pulsed with a faint, persistent light, a reminder of their potent magic and the enduring hope they symbolized for Aurora's future. She learned that true power wasn't just about unleashing raw energy. It was about harnessing it, controlling it, and using it wisely. The battle had stripped away her naivety, replacing it with a profound understanding of the responsibilities that came with wielding such immense power. The memory of Malcor's defeat served as a constant reminder, not of triumph, but of the fragility of power, the immense cost of conflict, and the ultimate strength found in compassion and unity. It was a lesson etched not just into the landscape of Aurora, scarred by the blizzard and the battle, but into Freya's very soul. The long winter gradually gave way to spring, bringing with it a thaw that mirrored the healing process within Aurora and Freya. The snow melted, revealing the scars of the battle beneath, but also the resilience of the land and its people. The aurora borealis, a celestial beacon of hope, danced across the night sky, its vibrant hues a constant reminder of the magic that permeated their world and the power that resided within Freya herself. The land, once frozen and desolate, now displayed vibrant splashes of color as wildflowers burst forth, mirroring the renewed spirit of the community. Freya, though still carrying the physical and emotional scars of the battle, found a new strength within herself, a strength born of adversity and tempered by compassion. She was no longer the naive girl who had received the Draupnirs. She was a leader, a protector, a symbol of hope for Aurora. The rings, though weakened, remained a part of her, a constant reminder of her journey and the power that resided within her. The peace that followed Malcor's defeat was not a passive acceptance of quietude, but an active creation of a better world. It was a peace born from unity, from the collective effort of rebuilding, from a shared understanding of the fragility of peace and the enduring power of hope. The memory of the battle, though painful, served as a foundation for a stronger, more resilient Aurora, a community forever bound by their shared experience and their unwavering belief in a brighter future. The journey wasn't over, of course. New challenges would inevitably arise. New threats would emerge. But Freya, armed with her newfound wisdom, her tempered power, and the unwavering support of her people, stepped forward, ready to face them. The Draupnirs, though dimmed, still pulsed faintly, a beacon of hope, a symbol of the enduring magic within Aurora, and a testament to the transformative power of belief, compassion, and the indomitable spirit of a people forged in the fires of adversity. She knew that the path ahead remained uncertain, but she also knew that with support of her community and the faint, persistent glow of the Draupnirs, she could face whatever came next. She was no longer just the daughter of a blacksmith. She was the protector of Aurora, the keeper of its hope, the wielder of its magic, and the embodiment of its resilient spirit. Her journey had only just begun, a new beginning. The spring thaw brought not only melting snow, but a blossoming of hope throughout Aurora. The vibrant green shoots, pushing through the thawing earth, mirrored the renewed spirit of the villagers. The chilling memories of Malcor's reign and the brutal battle lingered, etched into the landscape like scars on weathered wood. But they were now overshadowed by the vibrant hues of rebirth, children, their laughter echoing through the newly repaired streets, played games of chase among the budding flowers, their carefree joy a balm to the lingering anxieties. The rhythmic clang of the blacksmith's hammers, once a symbol of fear under Malcor's oppressive rule, now resonated with the steady heartbeat of a community rebuilding itself. Freya, though physically healed, carried the weight of her experiences within her. The emptiness she'd felt after Malcor's defeat had slowly given way to a quiet strength, a resolve tempered by the crucible of battle. She no longer saw the world in shades of simple good and evil. The conflict had revealed the complexities of morality, the blurred lines between light and shadow, and the devastating consequences of unchecked power. She had learned that true strength wasn't merely the ability to wield magic, but the wisdom to control it, the compassion to understand its impact, and the courage to use it judiciously. The dwarves, true to their nature, had tirelessly worked alongside the villagers, their expertise invaluable in the reconstruction effort. They had not only repaired homes and infrastructure, but had also developed new, more resilient building techniques, incorporating enchantments to further protect Aurora from future threats. Their meticulous study of the Draupnirs, coupled with ancient dwarven lore, led them to devise the cleansing ritual. It involved a complex interplay of runes, herbs harvested under the aurora's glow, and a precise alignment with the celestial dance of the northern lights. The night of the ritual was breathtaking. The aurora borealis blazed across the sky, painting the heavens with vibrant hues of emerald, sapphire, and amethyst. The dwarves, led by the oldest and wisest among them, chanted ancient incantations as Freya, holding the 8 Draupnirs, stood at the heart of the ritual circle. The air crackled with energy, the very ground seeming to vibrate with the power of the aurora. As the final rune was etched into the snow, a surge of energy flowed from the sky, enveloping Freya and the rings. A brilliant, golden light erupted, bathing Aurora in a radiant glow. The Draupnirs, once dimmed and weary, blazed with renewed intensity, their golden light even more brilliant than before. The rings pulsed with power, their magical essence restored, cleansed, and amplified by the aurora's energy. Freya felt a surge of power course through her veins, a connection to the rings deeper and more profound than ever before. It was not just a feeling of power, but of responsibility, of understanding, of a profound connection to the land and its people. The transformation was more than just physical. It was spiritual. The ritual had not only restored the Draupnir's power, but had also strengthened Freya's connection to the magic within her. She learned to control the ring's replication, understanding that true power lay not in mindless multiplication, but in focused application. She could now summon individual rings, each imbued with a specific purpose, one for healing, another for protection, a third for communication, and so on. The rings, once symbols of boundless potential, had become tools of focused intention, reflecting Freya's own growth and understanding. The villagers watched in awe, their faces illuminated by the golden light, and their hearts filled with a renewed sense of hope. Freya, no longer just a girl who had defeated a dark sorcerer, had become a symbol of their resilience, their courage, and their unwavering belief in the power of unity. She had become the guardian of Aurora, the protector of their fragile peace, a beacon of hope in a world brimming with both wonder and danger. The days that followed were filled with the quiet hum of rebuilding and the joyous celebrations of a community reborn. But Freya knew that the peace they had achieved was not an end, but a beginning. The threat of Malcor might be gone, but the world was vast, and other dangers undoubtedly lurked in the shadows. She recognized that her journey of self-discovery was far from over. Her role as protector of Aurora had just begun. She understood that the rings were not just magical artifacts, but symbols of her own ever-growing potential. She began to teach the villagers about the magic of the Draupnirs, not just in terms of their power, but in terms of their responsibility. She emphasized the importance of balance, the need for caution, and the critical role of compassion in wielding such immense power. She understood that true strength lay not only in defeating enemies, but in understanding them, in fostering understanding, and in building a community where everyone felt safe and valued. Her training involved practical applications of the ring's magic, healing injured animals, bolstering the defenses of Aurora, improving the crops, and maintaining communication with neighboring villages. She learned to channel the energy of the aurora itself, drawing upon its ethereal power to enhance her abilities and to protect her community. The dwarves, ever vigilant, continued their research, studying the residual energy from Malcor's magic to prevent similar threats in the future. The story of Freya's victory, the tale of her triumph over Malcor, became a legend whispered throughout the land. It was a story not just of courage and magic, but of the transformative power of hope, the resilience of the human spirit, and the strength found in unity. It inspired neighboring villages, helping them to overcome their own challenges and encouraging them to forge stronger bonds of cooperation and mutual support. Freya, once a simple blacksmith's daughter, had become a symbol of hope for the entire region. She was no longer just a warrior, but a leader, a mentor, and a protector. Her journey, far from ending with Malcor's defeat, had just begun. She knew that new challenges would arise, new threats would emerge, but she was ready, armed with her newfound wisdom, her tempered power, and the unwavering support of her community. Freya stood at the dawn of a new beginning, ready to embrace the future, whatever it may hold. The faint, persistent glow of the Draupnirs served as a constant reminder of the magic within her, the strength within her people, and the endless possibilities that lay ahead, a future built not on fear, but on hope, resilience, and the enduring power of belief. Aurora, reborn from the ashes of conflict, had found its new protector, its guiding light in Freya, the girl who had dared to dream, who had faced the darkness, and who had emerged into the light stronger and wiser than ever before. And as the aurora borealis danced across the night sky, painting the heavens with its ethereal glow, it was a testament not just to the magic of Aurora, but to the unwavering power of the human spirit. Life after the battle, the rhythmic clang of hammers, once a discordant symphony of fear under Malcor's reign, now echoed a hopeful rhythm of renewal. Blacksmiths, their faces etched with the lines of hardship and resilience, worked alongside the dwarves, their collaborative efforts a testament to the newfound unity of Aurora. New homes, stronger and more resilient than before, rose from the rubble, each beam and stone infused with dwarven enchantments, a silent promise of protection against future threats. The aroma of freshly baked bread mingled with the scent of pine and melting snow, a comforting blend of normalcy slowly reclaiming the village. Children, no longer confined to the shadows of fear, played freely in the sun-drenched squares, their laughter a melody of unburdened joy, their games, once filled with whispers of Malcor's cruelty, were now vibrant with tales of Freya's bravery, her name a whispered legend among them. The adults, too, were undergoing a transformation. The weight of fear, once a heavy cloak stifling their spirits, was slowly being replaced by a quiet hope, a determination to build a future free from the shadow of oppression. Freya, ever vigilant, moved amongst them, not as a distant hero, but as a friend, a confidant, a fellow villager, sharing in the common joys and anxieties. She was a constant presence in the rebuilding, offering words of encouragement, a helping hand, a calming presence when anxieties resurfaced. She possessed a quiet strength, the quiet authority of someone who had seen the depths of despair and emerged victorious, not through brute force alone, but through a tempered understanding of power and compassion. The evenings brought a new kind of gathering around crackling bonfires. Villagers shared stories, not only of the battle, but of their hopes and dreams for the future. Freya, often found sitting amongst them, would share her own experiences, not as boasts, but as lessons learned, emphasizing the importance of unity, the resilience of the human spirit, and the power of belief. She spoke not of magic alone, but of the importance of community, of empathy, and the shared responsibility of building a stronger, more resilient Aurora. The dwarves, ever meticulous in their craft, had established a small workshop dedicated to the study of the Draupnirs. Their research focused not just on understanding the ring's magical properties, but on harnessing the residual energy from Malkor's dark magic, transforming it into a source of protection. They were attempting to weave a protective enchantment into the very fabric of Auroria, a shimmering shield woven from the very energy that had once threatened to destroy them. This was a long-term project requiring patience, precision, and a deep understanding of ancient dwarven lore. Freya's training continued, but it was no longer the rigorous, survival-focused regime of the past. Now, her lessons focused on the nuanced application of the Draupnir's magic, emphasizing control and precision over raw power. She practiced healing, learning to mend not only physical wounds, but also the emotional scars left by Malkor's reign. She strengthened her protective enchantments, subtly weaving them into the everyday life of the village, making the homes more secure, the harvests more bountiful, and the community more resilient. She also discovered a deeper connection to the aurora borealis, learning to channel its ethereal energy, using it to enhance her own abilities, to provide additional protection, and to enhance the efficacy of the dwarven enchantments. She discovered that the aurora wasn't just a beautiful phenomenon. It was a powerful source of energy, a vibrant life force that pulsed through the very heart of Auroria. She understood that this connection, this symbiotic relationship with the aurora, was crucial to both her personal power and the safety of her community. The aurora, once merely a backdrop to her life, had become an integral part of it, a powerful ally in her quest to protect and rebuild Auroria. Her lessons extended beyond the practical application of magic. She taught the villagers about the importance of responsible magic use, the potential dangers of unchecked power, and the delicate balance between the natural world and the magical one. She stressed the need for caution, wisdom, and empathy in harnessing such potent forces, fostering a deeper understanding of the responsibilities that came with wielding power. The stories of Freya's courage and wisdom spread beyond Auroria. Neighboring villages, once isolated and fearful, began to send emissaries seeking guidance and assistance. Freya, with the help of the dwarves and the villagers, shared her knowledge, assisting them in rebuilding their communities, helping them to develop their own defensive measures, and teaching them the importance of unity and cooperation. She discovered a deep satisfaction in helping others, a fulfillment that transcended the personal triumph of defeating Malcor. The rebuilding of Aurora was not merely a physical undertaking, it was a spiritual and emotional rejuvenation. The village, reborn from the ashes of conflict, stood as a testament to the enduring human spirit. The lingering scars of the battle served as constant reminders of the fragility of peace, but they also stood as symbols of resilience, of the ability to overcome adversity, and of the power of unity in the face of overwhelming odds. The laughter of children, the rhythmic clang of hammers, and the vibrant colors of the aurora borealis painted a vibrant picture of a community reborn, a community finding its way towards a brighter future, a community guided by the wisdom and courage of a young woman who had dared to dream and had emerged victorious. Freya, once a simple blacksmith's daughter, had transformed into a beacon of hope, not just for Aurora, but for the entire region. Her journey of self-discovery, far from being concluded, had just begun to bloom. The Draupnirs, once symbols of boundless potential, were now tools of focused intention, reflecting Freya's own growth, her understanding, and her unwavering commitment to the well-being of her community. As she stood at the dawn of this new era, her gaze fixed on the shimmering aurora, she knew that new challenges would inevitably arise. But she was ready. She was ready not only to face them, but to lead her people towards a future built on hope, resilience, and the unwavering belief in the power of unity. A future where the light always outshines the darkness. The faint, persistent glow of the Draupnirs served as a constant reminder of the magic within her, the strength within her people, and the limitless possibilities that lay ahead. Freya's role in Aurora. The rebuilding of Aurora wasn't solely about bricks and mortar. It was a meticulous weaving of hope into the very fabric of the community. Freya, no longer just a village heroine, became a vital thread in this intricate tapestry. Her leadership wasn't about forceful decrees or commanding authority, but a quiet, steady guidance rooted in empathy and shared responsibility. She understood the lingering trauma, the unspoken fears that still haunted the villagers. Even as the celebratory songs of rebuilding filled the air, she didn't dismiss their anxieties. Instead, she actively sought to address them. She established a council, not of appointed officials, but of elected representatives from various aspects of village life: farmers, blacksmiths, healers, children. even the elders who had lived through Malcor's reign. This wasn't simply a political maneuver. It was a deliberate effort to foster inclusivity, ensuring that every voice was heard, every perspective considered. The council meetings weren't stiff, formal affairs, but lively discussions where concerns were aired openly, solutions brainstormed collaboratively. Freya's role was not to dominate the conversations, but to facilitate them, ensuring everyone felt heard and valued. Her ability to listen, to truly understand the nuances of each person's experience, was as powerful as any spell she could cast. The Draupnir rings, far from being displayed as trophies, became tools for healing and growth. One ring was dedicated to assisting the healers, amplifying their abilities, allowing them to treat more people more effectively. The rings didn't simply multiply healing potions. They enhanced the healer's inherent skills, their intuition, their understanding of the body's natural healing processes. Another ring was used to enhance the growth of crops, ensuring bountiful harvests, a tangible symbol of prosperity and security. This wasn't a simple matter of casting a fertility spell. Freya worked alongside the farmers, understanding the rhythms of the land, the nuances of soil and climate, learning from their ancestral wisdom and integrating it with the ring's magic to ensure a sustainable and prosperous future. But Freya's influence extended far beyond the practical applications of the Draupnirs. She understood the profound psychological impact of Malcor's tyranny, the fear, the constant state of anxiety, the suppression of joy. These were wounds that needed tending as much as the physical scars of battle. She initiated programs to foster emotional well-being, encouraging storytelling, art therapy, and community gatherings that focused on healing and reconciliation. Children who had witnessed unspeakable horrors were given opportunities to express their feelings through creative outlets, guided by empathetic adults. She understood that true healing wasn't about forgetting the past, but about integrating it, learning from it, and using it to build a stronger future. She established a memorial garden, a place of quiet reflection where villagers could remember those lost, pay tribute to their sacrifices, and find solace in shared grief. The garden wasn't a site of mourning alone. It was a space for remembering the strength and resilience of the community, a place where the seeds of hope could be sown amongst the memories of pain. The Draupnirs, subtly interwoven into the design of the garden, enhanced its restorative properties, creating a haven of peace and healing within the bustling village. Freya's wisdom wasn't confined to Aurora. News of her leadership, her compassion, and the remarkable recovery of her village spread like wildfire throughout the region. Other villages, previously isolated and fearful, started to seek her guidance, their emissaries arriving with stories of their own struggles, their own battles against oppressive forces. Freya, never one to hoard her knowledge, readily shared her experiences, adapting her strategies to suit the unique circumstances of each community. She understood that the principles of responsible power, community unity, and compassionate leadership were universally applicable, regardless of geographic location or the specific challenges faced. She trained others in the responsible use of magic, emphasizing the importance of understanding the delicate balance between the natural world and the magical one. She didn't see magic as a tool of domination, but as a force for good, a catalyst for positive change. She taught them that true power wasn't about controlling others, but about empowering them, enabling them to build their own resilience, to find their own strength. This was a gradual process, a careful nurturing of potential, a conscious effort to instill a sense of responsibility and understanding in those who wielded magical abilities. Her leadership was not simply about immediate solutions. It was about building sustainable systems, creating structures that would ensure the long-term well-being of Aurora and the surrounding communities. She worked with the dwarves to establish sustainable energy sources, harnessing the power of the aurora borealis and the residual energy from Malkor's dark magic, transforming it into a clean and renewable source of power. This wasn't just about practicality. It was about symbolizing the transformative power of resilience, the ability to convert something negative, something destructive, into something positive and beneficial. Her influence extended even to the realm of trade. She fostered fair trade practices, ensuring equitable partnerships with neighboring villages, creating mutually beneficial relationships that strengthened the entire region. This was not a simple economic decision. It was a statement of her belief in cooperation and mutual respect, a commitment to building a future where everyone could thrive. Freya's journey was far from over. The Draupnirs, symbols of limitless potential, mirrored her own growth, her evolution from a courageous young woman into a wise and compassionate leader. The quiet strength she possessed radiated outward, inspiring those around her, reminding them of the incredible power they held within themselves, the capacity for healing, the potential for growth, the strength to build a better future. She had become a beacon of hope, not only for Aurora, but for the entire region, a symbol of resilience, responsibility, and the transformative power of compassionate leadership. And as the aurora borealis danced above Aurora, a vibrant testament to its enduring magic, Freya knew that the greatest magic of all lay in the unity and resilience of her people, a magic she would continue to nurture, to protect, and to empower for as long as she lived. The future of Aurora, and perhaps the entire region, rested not solely on the power of the Draupnirs, but on the unwavering spirit and wise leadership of the blacksmith's daughter who had dared to dream and had emerged victorious. The enduring power of Draupnir. The whispers of Draupnir's magic, once confined to the hushed awe of the dwarves' forge, now echoed throughout Aurora and beyond. The rings, no longer mere objects of wonder, had become tangible symbols of the village's rebirth, a constant reminder of the power of hope and resilience. Each ring, a perfect replica of the original, held within it a fragment of the dwarves' ancient knowledge, a spark of the aurora's ethereal energy, and a reflection of Freya's unwavering spirit. The ring dedicated to healing wasn't just a conduit for amplifying potions. It became a catalyst for innovation. Healers, inspired by its subtle energy, began experimenting with new techniques, blending ancient herbal remedies with the ring's enhanced capabilities. They developed treatments for ailments previously considered incurable, extending lifespans and improving the overall health of the community. The ring's influence extended even to the prevention of disease. Healers, guided by the ring's subtle insights, were able to identify and address potential outbreaks before they escalated into epidemics. This wasn't just about healing the sick. It was about fostering a culture of proactive wellness, a community where health and well-being were prioritized above all else. The agricultural ring, initially used to boost crop yields, evolved into a sophisticated tool for sustainable farming. Freya, collaborating closely with the farmers, learned to utilize the ring's power to improve soil quality, conserve water resources, and introduce drought-resistant crops. The bountiful harvests weren't just about feeding the village. They became a source of trade, enabling Aurora to establish strong economic ties with neighboring communities, forging alliances based on mutual prosperity rather than competition. This new economic model, built on principles of fairness and collaboration, ensured not only the village's survival, but its flourishing. But the enduring power of Draupnir went beyond the tangible benefits. It resonated deeply within the hearts of the villagers, fostering a sense of shared purpose and collective identity. The rings, replicated and distributed amongst the community, became a constant reminder of their collective strength and resilience. Each ring served as a tangible symbol of the transformation they had undergone, a testament to their capacity to overcome adversity, to rebuild their lives, and to create a brighter future. The rings weren't simply tools, they were talismans, imbued with the spirit of the community, reflecting its collective hope and aspirations. The children, once traumatized by Malkor's reign, found solace and inspiration in the Draupnirs. They created stories and songs celebrating the ring's magic, weaving tales of courage, hope, and the transformative power of believing in oneself. The rings became integral to their games, their play mirroring the community's journey from despair to renewal. The children's creativity, once stifled by fear, now blossomed, fueled by the ring's magical energy and the supportive environment Freya had fostered. Their artwork, their stories, their songs, all bore the imprint of the Draupnirs, reflecting the vibrant energy and renewed spirit of Aurora. The elders, who had witnessed the darkest days of Malkor's rule, found in the Draupnirs a renewed sense of purpose and hope. They shared their wisdom and experiences with the younger generation, guiding them in the responsible use of the ring's magic and the importance of nurturing the community's spirit. The rings became a bridge between generations, connecting the past with the future, ensuring that the lessons learned from adversity were not forgotten, but passed down through the ages. The elders' guidance, combined with the ring's magic, fostered a strong sense of community, a shared understanding of the importance of preserving their cultural heritage and the significance of learning from the past to shape a better future. Even the artisans of Aurora were deeply affected by the Draupnirs, inspired by their intricate design and the dwarves' meticulous craftsmanship. They created new works of art reflecting the ring's elegance and power. Their creations, imbued with the ring's subtle magic, became highly sought after, not just for their aesthetic beauty, but for the positive energy they emanated. This new wave of artistic expression further enriched Aurora's cultural fabric, creating a vibrant tapestry that celebrated the village's rebirth and the transformative power of art. Beyond Aurora, the legend of Draupnir and Freya's leadership spread far and wide. Other communities, facing similar challenges, sought her guidance and inspiration. Freya, ever mindful of the responsibility bestowed upon her, shared her knowledge and experience, adapting her strategies to the unique circumstances of each community. She didn't impose her solutions. She empowered others to find their own paths to recovery and renewal, emphasizing the importance of community unity, responsible leadership, and the transformative power of belief. The Draupnirs, though unique to Aurora, became a universal symbol of hope, resilience, and the potential for positive change. The rings themselves seem to evolve alongside Aurora's growth. Their subtle magic didn't simply multiply, it amplified. It became more refined, more attuned to the needs of the community, responding to the subtle shifts in their collective energy. The rings, once symbols of limitless potential, now reflected the community's collective wisdom, their unwavering spirit, and their enduring capacity for growth. This was a testament to the interconnectedness of magic and belief, a demonstration of how human spirit and magical energies could mutually enhance and strengthen each other. The enduring power of Draupnir wasn't just about material abundance or magical prowess. It was about the profound psychological and spiritual transformation it triggered within the people of Aurora. It fostered a sense of unity, resilience, and shared responsibility, enabling the community to overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles. The rings, once symbols of individual courage, became embodiments of collective strength, reflecting the shared journey of a community bound by hope and a shared destiny. Freya, once just a blacksmith's daughter, had become a symbol of hope and inspiration for an entire region. Her leadership wasn't born out of ambition or power-seeking, but from a deep-seated compassion and a commitment to empowering others. Her story, interwoven with the magic of Draupnir, became a legend, a tale of courage, belief, and the transformative power of unity. The legacy of Draupnir wasn't just about the rings themselves. It was about the enduring spirit of a community reborn, a testament to the power of hope and the limitless potential that lay within each individual, a potential that could be unlocked through courage, collaboration, and an unwavering belief in the power of one's own dreams, and as the aurora borealis painted the night sky above Auroria, it served as a constant reminder of the magic that was born from hope, resilience, and the enduring power of a community united, a lasting peace. The years that followed Malcor's defeat were not without their challenges. The scars of war, both physical and emotional, remained, but Auroria, under Freya's steadfast leadership, began a slow, deliberate process of healing and rebuilding. The fields, once barren and scorched, gradually blossomed anew, nourished by the agricultural Draupnir and the tireless efforts of the villagers. The homes, ravaged by fire and destruction, were rebuilt, stronger and more beautiful than before. Their foundations laid not just on stone and timber, but on a renewed sense of community and a shared purpose. Freya, however, understood that true peace wasn't simply the absence of conflict, but the presence of justice, understanding, and mutual respect. She established a council of elders, representing all facets of Auroria's society: farmers, artisans, healers, and even those who had once been skeptical of her leadership. This council, guided by Freya's wisdom and the collective experience of its members, worked tirelessly to create a just and equitable system of governance, ensuring that the benefits of Draupnir's magic were shared fairly among all the villagers. Disputes were settled not through force, but through dialogue and compromise, fostering a culture of mutual understanding and respect. The healing Draupnir, meanwhile, continued its miraculous work. Healers, armed with their newly developed techniques and empowered by the ring's enhanced abilities, established a robust healthcare system, not only tending to immediate needs, but also focusing on preventative care and public health initiatives. They created a network of clinics and training programs, ensuring that every villager, regardless of their social standing, had access to quality health care. This commitment to public health went beyond mere medicine. It was a fundamental aspect of Auroria's vision of a just and thriving society. The educational system, too, underwent a significant transformation. Freya established schools where children learned not just basic literacy and numeracy, but also about the importance of collaboration, critical thinking, and environmental stewardship. The curriculum integrated the lessons learned from the conflict, emphasizing the value of empathy, tolerance, and understanding. The children, once burdened by fear and trauma, now thrived in an environment that nurtured their creativity and curiosity, their spirits as vibrant and resilient as the aurora borealis that painted the night sky above Aurora. The artisans, inspired by the beauty and elegance of the Draupnirs, created stunning works of art that celebrated the village's rebirth. Their creations, imbued with the ring's subtle magic, became renowned throughout the land not just for their aesthetic beauty, but also for their ability to uplift and inspire. The artists' guilds flourish, becoming centers of creativity and innovation, attracting artisans from neighboring communities and further enriching Aurora's cultural heritage. Their work wasn't just about self-expression. It was a powerful way to share the story of Aurora's resilience, a story that resonated deeply with others who had experienced their own trials and tribulations. The economic prosperity of Aurora, once solely dependent on its limited resources, grew exponentially. The agricultural Draupnir ensured bountiful harvests, generating surplus food that could be traded with neighboring communities. Aurora established fair and mutually beneficial trade agreements, fostering economic growth and collaboration throughout the region. This economic prosperity wasn't driven by greed or competition. Instead, it was grounded in principles of fairness, mutual respect, and shared prosperity. It was a testament to the transformative power of economic justice and equitable distribution of resources. But perhaps the most significant aspect of Aurora's lasting peace was the profound transformation in the spirit of its people. The experience of Malcor's reign, though painful and traumatic, had forged an unbreakable bond between the villagers. They had learned to rely on each other, to support each other, and to trust in their collective strength. This sense of unity and shared purpose wasn't simply a byproduct of shared adversity. It was something they consciously cultivated and nurtured. The Draupnirs, more than just magical artifacts, had become symbols of this unity, physical manifestations of Aurora's collective spirit. Each ring, replicated and distributed throughout the community, served as a constant reminder of the shared journey they had undertaken, the challenges they had overcome, and the bright future they were building together. They were tokens of shared hope and resilience, a constant reminder of the enduring power of their unity. Freya, once a simple blacksmith's daughter, had become a beacon of hope and inspiration for the entire region. Her leadership was not born from ambition or a thirst for power. Instead, It stemmed from a deep compassion for her people and an unwavering belief in their potential. She empowered others, not by dictating solutions, but by fostering collaboration, nurturing individual strengths, and inspiring them to unlock their own potential. She showed them that true strength wasn't about individual dominance, but about collective action and shared responsibility. Freya's legacy transcended the boundaries of Aurora. Her story spread far and wide, inspiring other communities facing similar challenges to embrace collaboration, justice, and the transformative power of belief in themselves. Her teachings, interwoven with the magical legacy of the Draupnirs, became a beacon of hope for a region that had once been fractured by conflict and despair. Her story wasn't just about a magical artifact. It was a testament to the power of human resilience, the transformative effect of collective action, and the enduring power of hope. The lasting peace of Aurora, thus, wasn't merely a cessation of hostilities. It was a profound societal transformation, a testament to the power of unity, compassion, and the unwavering belief in a brighter future. The aurora borealis, a constant celestial presence in Aurora's night sky, served as a breathtaking symbol of this transformation. Its shimmering lights, reflecting in the eyes of the villagers, mirrored the hope and renewed spirit that permeated their lives. Aurora, once a village shattered by conflict, was reborn, not simply as a community, but as a shining testament to the enduring power of human spirit, the transformative potential of magic, and the lasting peace that flourishes when courage, collaboration, and belief unite. The story of Aurora became a legend, a tale whispered from village to village, a testament to the enduring power of hope, and a reminder that even the darkest nights can give way to the radiant dawn of a lasting peace. The legacy of Draupnir and Freya's leadership continued to echo, shaping not just the destiny of Aurora, but the very fabric of the magical world around them. And as the aurora shimmered, it seemed to whisper the same message, that even the most seemingly impossible dreams, when fueled by courage and collaboration, could indeed become reality. Freya's future. The years that followed solidified Freya's position, not just as leader of Aurora, but as a figure of renown throughout the wider magical world. Word of her remarkable achievements, the taming of Malcor, the healing of her village, and the establishment of a society built on justice and mutual respect, spread on the winds, carried by traveling merchants and bards who sang of her courage and wisdom. Aurora, once a small village nestled beneath the aurora, became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity and the transformative potential of even the smallest spark of belief. Freya, however, remained grounded. The weight of her responsibilities did not diminish her empathy or her understanding of the fragility of peace. She knew that the challenges faced by Aurora were not unique, that other villages and communities struggled with their own forms of oppression and despair. She understood that true lasting peace required not just the absence of conflict, but a proactive commitment to justice, equality, and the empowerment of all people. This understanding led her to establish the Aurorian League, a coalition of villages and communities dedicated to fostering peace and cooperation throughout the region. It wasn't a military alliance focused on conquest or dominance. Instead, it was a network of mutual support and collaboration where villages shared resources, knowledge, and expertise, and worked together to address common challenges. Disputes were resolved through diplomacy and negotiation. With Freya's wisdom and her unwavering belief in the power of dialogue often proving to be the deciding factor in preventing conflict, the League's first major undertaking was a comprehensive program to improve agricultural practices across the region. Using the knowledge gained from Aurora's own success with the agricultural Draupnir, they developed sustainable farming techniques that increased crop yields, promoted biodiversity, and reduced reliance on potentially harmful methods. This initiative not only ensured food security for the member communities, but also fostered economic growth and strengthened the bonds of cooperation. The League also focused on promoting education and literacy. Traveling teachers, trained in Aurora's innovative curriculum, journeyed throughout the region, establishing schools and training programs that emphasized critical thinking, creativity, and the importance of empathy and understanding. The curriculum wasn't simply about imparting knowledge. It was about cultivating a generation of citizens equipped to build a more just and peaceful world. The focus was on collaboration, problem solving, and the development of individual talents. Beyond practical matters, the Aurorian League also fostered a rich cultural exchange. Artisans and performers from different communities came together, sharing their unique traditions and skills, creating a vibrant tapestry of artistic expression that reflected the diversity and richness of the region. This cultural exchange not only celebrated the uniqueness of each community, but also fostered a sense of shared identity and belonging. reinforcing the bonds of cooperation and understanding. Freya's role in the League wasn't simply that of a leader. She became a mentor, inspiring others to embrace their potential and work together towards a common goal. She empowered individuals by fostering collaboration and fostering leadership skills, demonstrating that true strength came not from individual dominance, but from the collective action of a unified group. She regularly traveled to the member villages, offering guidance, sharing insights, and encouraging the development of local leadership. However, the path to lasting peace wasn't without its obstacles. Old prejudices and rivalries occasionally resurfaced, threatening to undermine the progress that had been made. There were times when Freya's patience and diplomatic skills were tested to their limits, when the weight of responsibility felt almost unbearable. Yet, she never wavered in her belief in the power of collaboration and the inherent goodness of the human spirit. One such challenge emerged from a neighboring kingdom, ruled by a monarch consumed by ambition and a thirst for power. This kingdom, known for its aggressive, expansionist policies, viewed the Aurorian League as a threat to its regional dominance. Their initial attempts at intimidation and coercion were met with resolute defiance from the League, showcasing the unity and strength that had been forged through years of collaboration. Faced with the prospect of conflict, Freya recognized the limitations of diplomacy and the need for a more decisive response. Drawing upon the lessons learned from the conflict with Malkor, she implemented a comprehensive defense strategy that relied not on brute force, but on intelligence gathering, technological innovation, and the strategic deployment of resources. She fostered alliances with other communities and kingdoms, building a network of support that ensured the League's safety. The conflict, though challenging, ultimately reaffirmed the strength of the Aurorian League, the collective resilience of the member communities, their willingness to work together and sacrifice for a common cause proved far more powerful than the might of any single kingdom. The conflict highlighted the importance of preparedness, the strategic use of resources, and the unwavering dedication to the principles of peace and justice. As Freya looked towards the future, she saw not an end to challenges, but an ongoing evolution. The Aurorian League continued to grow, expanding its reach and influence, fostering cooperation and understanding throughout an ever wider region. Freya's influence transcended the boundaries of her village, her teachings spreading across the land, inspiring a new generation of leaders committed to building a more just and peaceful world. She knew that her journey was far from over, that future generations would face their own challenges, but she trusted in their capacity to learn, adapt, and build upon the legacy that she had helped to create. The aurora borealis, that constant celestial reminder of magic and wonder, continued to paint the night sky above Aurora, a silent testament to the enduring power of hope and the transformative potential of human collaboration. And as Freya stood upon the heights, overlooking her village, gazing at the shimmering lights, she knew that the future, though uncertain, held endless possibilities. The legacy of Draupnir and her own leadership were not just stories to be told. They were a living testament to the enduring power of courage, resilience, and the unwavering belief in a brighter tomorrow. The future for Freya and Aurora was a vast, uncharted landscape, brimming with potential, and she, armed with wisdom, courage, and the unwavering support of her people, was ready to face whatever challenges might lie ahead. The ring, a symbol of endless replication, mirrored the limitless possibilities of the future she helped to shape. A future not defined by limitations, but by the endless potential for growth and understanding. Her legacy would not just be a story of the past, but a guiding light for generations to come.